Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Trackmania Seasonal Country Championships with the Spring 22 edition. I am Boney C, and with me today is not a cat, but instead it's a legendary Pokemon for you. Kind of misspelled, but that's a-okay because I'm having a great time with him today. It's going to be Zapdos. How are you doing?
I'm doing absolutely splendid now. Talking about my name, Zapdos, close enough. As an English person, we spell stuff weirdly. We get a few things mixed around. But I am super hyped for the tscc. Now, Boney, I've been hearing rumors that they're maybe my favorite team in the finals already.
I mean, you are not wrong indeed. Yesterday, we ended the day with England versus Germany in the winners bracket final. And for the first time, we do see England come into the grand finals. Potential is there for England to pick up their first tscc title. So we'll be seeing them at the end of the match today because they're already in the grand finals.
Yeah,
and they're waiting. They're seeing who is coming in to face them, right? They're sitting on the throne. They're the kings right now, if you will.
Yeah,
Somebody's coming in to challenge them.
Yeah, Boney, I'll tell you why it's such a big deal for England to get this far. Every single time I have cast them or even watched England play, they have only been able to get themselves to the semi-finals. They've always got there to face Germany, face France, one of the really hard teams to go against. They sadly have lost all of the times against them. But except for this tscc, where they're really able to show how good they are. So many of the players have really stepped up. A lot of people behind the scenes say that Bozfez may even be the new pack sometimes for the UK.
Those are high. That's some high praise right there. Pac being a legend, right? Being one of those mainstay names out there in Bozfez. Definitely has been showing that level of play throughout the tournament. Honestly, it's been great, and he's been doing amazing things for his team, getting in all the points when they need to get these points. So who knows? Maybe this is the season of England. But before we get there, we do have some matches beforehand because they don't just get the title as is. There are still 5 other teams remaining. We've got Ireland, Netherlands, that's going to be happening. Germany is waiting in the lower bracket, round 6. And right now, we'll be looking at Finland versus Denmark. We've had our picks and bans come in already. And I'm looking forward to this match right here. Denmark being the defending champions, while not with the same team that they've had in the previous season. Some would say a bit weaker, right? Not exactly the top strength that they were at, but at the same time, Finland has been a team that consistently comes into top 8, and right now in that position, who knows, they might get past that now and get into the next lower bracket, which would mean top 4. I'm very curious to see fully stacked teams for both teams. On the side of Finland, we have players like Lufli, Tuka, Captain Salmon, Veki, and Sake. And Sake, for me, is a new name. I know all the other Finnish names from the FTL, for example. On the other hand, we do have Denmark with Soliva Gans, we have Jake Ray, we have Whoop, we have Mertz Jr. and Kato. And some of these players are returning, right? These are these defending champions from the previous season. But at the same time, right, not the players that they previously had. They had some of the Denmark 2 players from previous season join in the Danish #1 team. So still a team to be trifled with, but perhaps not at the same level that they were at previous season.
Yeah, but it should be a very close match indeed. We only have a little while before we get into that, but if you had to give it to Finland or Denmark to be the stronger side here, what would you pick?
I mean, to me, the bias, right? I've been doing a lot and just know these Finnish players. I always support them, right? And in a certain way, you could say this is a bit of a Nordic fight, right?
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. And I'd say I give it to Finland purely because I want it to happen, right? I want it to happen, and I do believe that they can make it happen. But that doesn't mean that the Danish team still has these hard hitters, these all-rounders coming in. So I see a 3-2 coming out of this. I wouldn't be surprised if this were to become a 3-2 fight coming down to map number 5. In this case, that would be that I missed it. Dang it. I normally write these things down, but I've been talking so much I forgot.
It's okay. Quickly take a look, see if you can get that sorted. But we only have about 1 minute 30 till we're finally going to get into the first map. All of these players have been training so hard. Because remember, for everybody here, they played last week. They've had a full week to train and prepare for these maps. So everything they may have had weaknesses in before, they may have, sturdy up them, so they should be a lot stronger than the maps they were weak on before. Otherwise, if they're a different type of team and they wanted to go for a little bit more of the maps they actually know. Maybe if your favorite is number 7s, then you just hard push for that map. But we'll have to see what's going to happen with these teams, because they have probably been try-harded for the past week, I would say, Bodie, wouldn't you?
Sorry, I'm noting down these map names.
It's all good.
Apologies there.
I'll let you finish off that, as we only have around about 45 seconds to go. Just watching Tekka going around the map. With this map, I don't know. I'm not the best at grass. I'm not going to lie. It's not my strong suit, I'd have to say. Going around doing high speeds, like one thing I cannot do is full speed. Just never really understood it. But loving the ending with the water slide, as we're going to get into it very soon.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it happen quite a few times throughout the tournament on 22. People love going for the reactor boost at the end, off the side. Many players have been shooting their way forward. And, I mean, so far, only Dvinho has been the one to actually clutch out a round doing that. Other than that, it's been rough, right? Everybody goes for it, everybody tries it. We'll see if they're able to replicate that. Woofley has done this before. So, I mean, we're on 22. We're on the Danish pick, so we'll see if the Finnish are able to counter them in as we do go live. We've got Jake Gray, Solivigans, and Kato on the Danish side playing in the red. And we've got Woofley, Captain Salmon, and I haven't seen the third Finnish player just yet. We'll see whether or not if they're able to get in, because right now it is looking good for the Danish. First, second place, all red. And we'll see how this ending goes. Will anybody go off the side or going to go straight forward? We've seen some weird water bounces happening here as well. Well, look at that. Woofley just flies by, shoots into second place. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough with Jake Ray, Solivigans, and Kato in 1, 3, and 5. But, man, what a nice attack. What a great attack.
I was about to say, Woofley went to space for a second. I had no idea where the hell he was going. Next thing you know, he was in the finish. But sadly, he wasn't able to do enough to get his team a win there. Just looking really good for the Danish side. We do have Kato in first place now. He's gone slightly behind. It's looking like a 3 blue win right now. Something's going to have to happen from the red team. Otherwise, they are not going to be able to take over here. Woofley is still in first, but we do see Jake Gray fighting for this. Jake Gray could take over to get first place here. Thundergood and Kato do need to catch up if they want to do anything. It's all back and forth from these teams. There's still blue jerseys at the front as Sullivan is trying to do something special, trying to catch up to people, but he just wasn't able to. That must have what happened before with Woofley, who must have done it correctly. But yeah, Sullivan keep practicing, just not able to get the landing. I mean, it's going to be a win from the Finnish team.
Yeah, that was that's the cut that people are trying to go for, especially when they are behind. This is the way to try and get a few, tenths of a second to snipe and get in. Woofley was able to do that successfully, but you could as easily go a bit too high. You could crash into the gate that is along the way. You could hit the finish on the right and not actually go over it. There are plenty of things that could go wrong, but that doesn't deter these players from stopping to try it and risk it, because it's at the end. You might as well. Right here, nice close round on 12. Everybody very close together. We'll see if any of the players do decide to go for it. No one does, so it looks like a 1-3-6 would be the way for finish, unless Jake Ray snipes Tuka from that third place. So instead, it's going to be a 2-3-5 for Denmark. And that is a round for Denmark. A nice close round from all the players. Great driving.
Yeah, it's really looking like both these teams are trying as hard as possible. It's going to be some really close rounds during this match, and this is what we'd like to see. As Oliver Gunn will have to see if he's able to get through and really make the cool jump if he's trying that. It didn't really work out for him before, but it's looking like the start's working out for him. And it's looking like Captain Salmon had a slightly weak start, so we'll have to see if he's able to do anything. Kato does take over while the Finnish players trying to get a few more points already in third. If he stays here, he may be able to get his team the win for this round. As we do have Sullivan in first place with Woofley hiding behind him. Is anyone going to do the special? No, it's looking like it's going to be a normal ending. Sullivan in first, Woofley in second, Kato in third, Tico in fourth, and Captain Salmon in fifth.
Yeah, unfortunately, not enough. If another finisher does come in, there is Jay Craig coming in, bringing in the final point needed for a Danish win. 1-3 is all you need. to secure those 11 points, as there are only 21 points to give away during one of these rounds, right? So 11 is the way to go. And the Danish right now, 3-1, but definitely a great round so far. And despite this, this is the Danish pick. They're able to create this distance between themselves and the finish. We've seen some issues here and there, right? Captain Salmon early on slowing down. We've seen Tuka catching too much air on these jumps right here, and right there we again saw some air time happening from Woofley. And it's costing them a lot of speed. And right now, again, a 2v3 in favor of the Danish. And while J-Cray slowly does shoot forward, Kato and Solvagans are just looking very comfortable in first and second place. And I don't think they're giving that one away. No, not at all. 1-2-4, good enough for some points. And map point is potential for the Danish right now, leading 4-1.
Yes, now you have to remember that the Danish did pick this map, so they're expected to have practiced it a bit more, really understand, and maybe even try to trick at the end. That's why you did see a lot of the players go through it at the start of the round. So for the Danish, it is looking good for them on this map, but the Finnish do get picked the next map, so it should be more Finnish-sided in the next map. As we do have a Finnish in the start, we do have Captain Salmon having a lot of speed with Tekka behind him. It could be that the Finnish are going to maybe take this round away. Ruefully, is he going to be able to anything for his team? It's just looking like he just isn't the map for him, getting too much airtime on these grass sections here. Kato does get up to second place, they'll take another takeover, so we're going to have to see if they're able to, as a Finnish player does go out of it. So Captain Salmon really needs to pull out something big for his team, or they are not going to be able to take it. As it does look like he does take first place, but is that going to be enough? No. It is. It's looking like it's going to be another point for the red team.
No, it actually barely comes out of it. If it came down to fifth place, this is one of those where math really comes in. 1-3 makes it actually secure, but 1-4 means fifth place is all that really comes down to it. So just barely getting out of it, despite the a messy round, I would say, for 3 players in the match so far. Fortunate for the finish that. The mistake just was a bit bigger on the Danish side in that one. But regardless, right, they're still behind. They still need to win 3 rounds in a row if they want to somehow counter the Danish pick. But I'm not sure if that's going to happen unless they become extremely consistent, because the first half hasn't been that good. Right now, first and second place are Captain Salmon and Tuka, so it's looking favorable. So will any of the Danish go off the side? We see J-Cray going forward. Woofley is doing it as well. Will they get into the finish line? Woofley will, in fact, gets into 4th place, sniping Solvagans. So 1-2-4. The Finnish aren't quite happy with being down 3 rounds, and instead, you know what? We're going to equal it out. Let's try and go for round number 9. For now, we're definitely going to get a number 8.
J-Cray clutching up with only just getting into the finish, just, sitting on the finish line, being like, I'm not sure if I want to end or not, having a little bit of a wave around. But the Finnish team is really coming back. It's looking like they had some cold feet at the start of this map, but it's looking like they have finally warmed up and they're getting to a place where they can be competing. So we have to see if they're able to do that in this round, as J-Cray is going to be in first place with Solvagans behind him. This is what the Danish need. Danish need to get this point away from the finish, try and turn the tides to their favor. But Tuka doesn't want this to stay for long. Same with Woofley. They are trying to catch up to them, but the Danish are just so fast when they finally understand this map. It seems like they have got back into their prime. Is Tuka able to do anything to compete against him? It's just not looking like it. The speed is out there, but Woofley is going to try it, but does hit, so he's not able to make up any points for his team. It is going to be a Danish win.
Danish win. First map does go to Denmark because of that. It is their own pick, but I mean, I will say, throughout the tournament on 12, we have seen players go for this skip, right, this cut. And Woofley has been looking the most consistent, I would say. Even with the crash just now, he was able to land that, 3 times?
Yeah, it was quite impressive how much Woofley was able to land that, especially for it wasn't even his map. So it's really good to see out of him.
Definitely. It's positive stuff. There's not a lot of cuts that are performed during rounds in this way, right, on tournaments. So it's fun to see 12 to come in and people go for those cuts and actually see these cuts work and give this edge in points to Finland in this situation. Obviously, it wasn't enough in the end, as the Danish have picked up number 12. So instead, we're going to move to 22 with 22. Some nice ice. So
ice is
and I do know the Finnish loves their ice. I mean, to be fair, and that is something. The FTL 2021, for example, a lot of ice tracks were around. In 2022, I actually didn't have that many. but the one that was in for quite a bit actually in the tournament. So it's one of those, I don't know, these surfaces that just tend to pop up within the Finnish scene. Not to necessarily say like, oh, they're all great at ice, but there's definitely some, you know, some alliance. I don't know, some agreement with like, oh yeah, ice, sure.
Only think about it, right? Where is Finland located?
You got a fair
in a Nordic region.
Pretty true.
Where's ice located? In a very far Nordic region or a very far south region? Now, do you see where I'm going here? I feel like the Finnish kind of have like a home advantage on this ice surface. That's maybe why they picked it. They go outside, they see snow, they see ice. They're with their cars, you know, ice sliding their way to work.
I will say we've also seen the South African team pick ice maps, so I'm not sure if your theory fully holds up in that. But okay, I like the way you're thinking.
Okay, hear me out then. All right, have you ever seen the bobsled movie, Cool Runnings?
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the reason. They're all from Cool Runnings in the team.
That's Jamaica.
I would say close enough, but I can't say that, can I?
Nope.
I can't even say that. You know what? Fair enough. I will accept defeat here, but we'll have to see if the Finnish are going to accept defeat on this map, as they did lose the last one. However, they did pick it. Now that you finally got a map you're a lot more confident on, going and getting 3 points on the enemy team's map must make you have a bit more confidence coming onto your own.
Definitely. I mean, especially picking into 22, right? Clearly, you're confident in ice. Clearly, you're feeling that that is going to go the way of Finland, right? If you are a Finnish player. And 22 definitely has some tricky ice parts, particularly the water bounce onto the ice platform. That is usually where we see players either come into their own and just slide forward towards the second half of the map, or just flunk out, right? And with 14 and 7 coming up as well, two maps that have a lot of ice happening as well. I mean, 14 is pretty much full ice. It's I think definitely Finland being happy with the way that is all drawn out, and we'll see how the ice goes for them right now. We can see Captain Salmon, Tuka, and Woofley, so no difference in terms of lineup. On the Danish side, we see Merits, we see Solvagans, and we see Whoop, so Kato and Jake Ray taking a bit of a back seat for this one. But right now, they're also in the back of the pack. Captain Salmon, Woofley, pretty comfortably ahead, if you will. Solvagans lagging behind by about half a second. And it's going to come down to this ice slide at the end. We've seen plenty of players slide out of here, losing gears. We'll see if that will be the case. Olivergan's going for quite a hard attack. Shoots forward into second place, but Woofley holding on to third. That is still good enough for the Finnish to pick up their first round win. They're looking good on ice, and looking at these maps coming up, 14 and 7 are could be an issue for the Danish.
So my strategy may not be correct about the Finnish, you know, the reason they're doing well. But they are doing well at least. At least the Finnish are really showing up on these ice maps. Remember, this isn't just a full ice map. We do have a little bit of dirt here. We do have a little bit of tech gameplay later on as well. So you know there isn't just ice to go. But with this map, it's quite interesting how it has a full loop with ice. I think it's the first map I've seen to really utilize that pretty well, at least in the campaign so far. But it's looking like Captain Salmon is in first place. We do have Merch Jr. and Sonnegan right behind him, so we're going to have to see if they're able to keep up with them. The pack is just all together, except for there's only 2 players, Tuka and Woodish, not able to keep up, as one of the Finnish players that does bonk out there, being Sonnegan's in first place with Merch in third. This is all they need to win the round. We're going to have to see if Tuka is able to do anything, or Woofley's able to get to this first place. They don't have any speed right now. We do have a lot of speed coming out from Woofley, though. He is in first place, has a better ice slide as well. Coming in again with Tuka in third place. What is it going to be? Who's going to take it? It's looking like it's going to be a... Using my big brain right now.
Do math live on stream. I dare you.
English person, give me a sec. There it goes. Finish. See, guys, I knew it all along.
You know, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You know, it took some time. We got there, you know, and that's all that matters.
Thank you.
We got there. But a great attack from the Finnish side as well, showing off their ice skills right there. Amazing stuff, and a great way to clutch out the round when they were looking down and out. We did see a Whoop, unfortunately, not having the best of times towards that quarter pipe, so it is a 2v3 right now in favor of the Finnish. We'll see if Captain Salmon is great at jumping out of water, as Salmon tend to do. Up he goes onto the ice, holds onto his first place. Fantastic stuff. Not the same. Oh, it was Mertz, in fact. Whoop not being the one to hold on. And Solvagans just flipped out. Did I see that correctly?
Yeah, he did a whoops.
He did, yeah,
he did.
Yeah. All right, yeah. Just they're just going all over the place. Finish striding forward for a nice ace to happen. They could take it easy, nice and safe. Whoop quite a ways behind, and an ace it is with a 55.3 from Captain Salmon. Great stuff to pick up another round. Finland looking dominant right now on these ice slides.
Yeah, because the thing with ice, there's just small intricacies on this map, or really with ice at all. If you go slightly too far, you lose just so much speed. On usual maps, on a tech map, you'd see people at maybe a 0.3, 0.4 difference between first and last place. Everybody's having a really, really good round. Here, even if everybody's having an amazing round, you can still have almost like a second difference. That's just the power of doing really well on ice and understanding this map. It's looking like the Danish are starting to understand it themselves, as all three players are going to be first, second, and third. But it's looking like the Finnish don't want this to stay for long, as Captain Salmon is trying to fight back, almost taking over two. Is he going to? That's a pretty good ice slide. He's right in the pack now. The Finnish have to do something, otherwise they're going to lose their first round on this. Good ice slide coming out. Captain Salmon just going a little bit too deep. I mean, there is going to be 1, 2, and 3 from the side of the Danish, but one person does point out, meaning that Tuka is able to catch up here, taking over one player, now taking over two. He's really coming back for the finish. This is the power of ice. You're able to stay consistent on it. You're most likely going to take up spaces. Just Tuka able to do anything, but even with this place here, it is going to be a win for the Danish. Tuka is only able to get second. Who's going to get fourth is Captain Salmon. Depends who's getting fifth here, and it is going to be a win for the Danish. Their first one so far.
First one, and definitely needed, right? Being down 3-0 with 5 rounds to win. It's not a good position. I mean, the position we saw just now, right? On 12, with Finland being down 4-1. It's a tough hill and a high hill to climb, right? All of a sudden, any mistake cannot be afforded anymore. So definitely good on the Danish to strike back like this. Ooh, we do see some mistakes from both sides. Woofley not having a great time. Whoop likewise not really doing great on that quarter pipe. So instead it's a 2v2. Mert Solvagans versus Captain Salmon and Tuka. Where did Tuka go? Sorry.
He took a
Captain
pit stop.
Salmon. Yeah, Captain Salmon just, I don't know what happened, disappeared. The sausage ate him, if you will. I mean, sausage blocks definitely with corners are legendary to eat people up. If you even crash into the inside of them, all your speed is gone. But yeah, we lost players along the way at the end of it all. 3 players remain, though right now it is looking like another Danish victory. 1 and 3 is all they need to pick up the round win. So despite Tuka picking up more speed than Solvagans and overtaking him, they just need 1 more finisher and Whoop. Ah, there you go. That explains it. The internet died. I was like, what happened there? He just disappeared.
It felt like the sausage block just ate him as a whole. He just went, like, look at this him. Look at Captain Salmon. Having a good old time. You know, what do you think he's thinking about that sausage block? Just looking at the sunset in Trackmania?
Need some curry, some onions, maybe a bit of some sauerkraut.
Wait, did you put curry on your hot dog?
No, like a currywurst.
Okay, all right. I was concerned that. I thought you were about to dip a full curry on top of that. Add some rice as well. Make it like a chicken tikka masala or something like that.
Make a whole meal out of it. Oh, what's the problem? I don't see the issue here. You just, I haven't had a currywurst in ages still. Dang, that's been. I mean, talk about Corona doing, like that.
It messed people up enough where they start making hot dogs in curries.
Exactly.
I was about to say,
but even then, it's not the curry you would know. Yeah, it's not the Indian curry that I'd be talking about either, right? But that's a whole nother thing. But yeah, right now we'll just be waiting for Captain Salmon to reconnect. Hopefully he'll be able to get in relatively soon. But what are your thoughts right now on the match so far?
Well, so we know that the Danish were quite dominant in their first victory. Finland was able to pick up 3 points in the first map, but this is seeming like it's all Finland on this map. It's looked like they are able to understand the ice the most. However, the Danish in the last few rounds have really been picking up. Now, with ice, it takes a little while to get used to, but when you start feeling yourself, the speed will come out. That seems to be happening with the Danish. So because of this pause, I would be quite scared for Finland, because giving the other team a little bit more time to get used to this map.
Perhaps, but it's a question as well. Maybe there is some maybe some stress and pressure, right? Being down usually means you either focus up and get to a level that you usually don't play at because you perform well under pressure, or it could go the entirely other way. But
Boney,
at the same time,
is the Danish team okay? They're just all in that circle.
I mean, they're just circling. All right, they're just they're just. I feel like there's some pun that I could make right here, right now. Unfortunately, it's not coming to me. But yeah, they're just going in circles. That's what it comes down to. I mean, what else do you do, right? I mean, that is Trackmania, right? You just go in circles. Wait, no, that is it's a different sport.
Formula One. You thinking about that?
Nah, yeah, maybe like NASCAR. I know they're playing NASCAR. That's what's going on. They're on the NASCAR track. We figured it out.
Is that what we have to commentate over now? Just pure NASCAR. We've changed games
full
now.
speed. Look at that speed going. Oh,
Mertz having so much speed. Is he going to take over? Is he going to take over as he does? Absolutely incredible. Is he able to take over the finish as he takes over his team as well? No, he's going backwards.
Backwards. Oh, no.
They're for the pit stop.
Body block. Body block.
yeah. Look at the full team of the Danish trying to go inside of each other. Some groundbreaking technology coming out here.
I mean, this is how you get more horsepower, right? That's like you have a limited amount of horsepower in an engine. What you do, you just fuse 2 cars together, and all of a sudden you have double the horsepower. That's physics.
Right? You know how people could have a draft, right? You have them take the air for you, and then they overtake, and then you keep doing that to get faster. How about those 2 players are doing that? They're just having one pass in front of the other. You know, overtaking because of the more, less wind in front of them.
Right.
Less drag.
Yeah. Just some tactics in that, perhaps. All right, does look like everybody is back in. So after that, the small break of NASCAR, players are ready to tackle the ice once again. Captain Salmon back in. Hopefully, no more issues with the internet anymore. As we are live once again. Oh, and a bad start on the Danish side. We already saw Mertz and Oliver Gans starting off quite a ways behind, and right now, Whoop is losing the rest of his teammates as the ice light doesn't go his way either. Woofily, Captain Sam, and Tuka all striding forward while Tuka is hanging out with Whoop at the moment. A 1-2 is all the finish will need for a round win. Great start into the second half as well, bouncing onto that ice. Tuka also shooting forward past Whoop. Whoop just wondering, where are my teammates? What's going on, guys? Maybe the break wasn't good for them as the finish just looked amazing right now. Just got to get that final ice slide in. Wondering what the time will be from Captain Salmon this time around, as he has gotten forward quite a bit.
I feel like the Danish went into NASCAR mode. All they knew was to go.
Must be it.
Go
that
left.
Must be it. Just go left.
Yeah, that's all they do. All they do is to slightly go left. Go through each other, not worry about anything, and they're like, oh no, we have to turn right now. There's ice. We have to slide. What do we do anymore?
We're done. Like it starts off going to the left here, and then things go wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Look at them. They're doing amazing up till now. Is anything going to happen? They're still going left, so it's working out perfectly for them. Still going left. Now the first right, are they able to keep up? It's looking like they...
Yeah, see, there you go.
Yeah, exactly. The Danish just aren't able to keep up when they have to go right. But all jokes aside, it's looking like the Danish are doing okay. Yeah, okay. Sullivan, good. We good here? We good? Okay, we are... We're having a little bit of the hiccups, but Mertz Jr. is keeping it up for the Danish side as he is in first place, and a little bit of a wobble, but he is still going to be there, still going to be in contention. But because he had a little bit of a wobble, Tuco is trying to take over him. He does have a lot more speed than him. Now, they do have a big straight here, so if you do want to take over speed, it is going to be here. But talking about speed, Sullivan does have it over him as they do bonk the wall. I mean, it's going to be a finish win with it being a 1-2-3. It's looking like NASCAR isn't the way to win this.
NASCAR is unfortunately not going to cut it in this, and maybe that finish break, that was what they needed to retake their pace and speed that they've shown in the earlier rounds after the Danish getting 2 rounds on them. I don't know, maybe Captain Salmon just needed to relax a little bit. I don't know what happened. Either way, at the end of the day, Finland with this does tie up the score 1-1. We are going to move on to 13, so not ice just yet, but we are guaranteed to see 14.
Yes, it is going to be 1 match apiece from these. But no, talking about that match, it was going so well for the finish at the start. They had a little bit of a hiccup in the middle where they were allowing the Danish to win 1 or 2 rounds. But at the end of it, they really got themselves together, really recalibrated how they're feeling on the ice. They were able to get themselves a win. Now, talking about that game overall, what do you think the Danish have to change to win this map?
I mean, with 13 being a road plastic track. What we've seen so far, it's really come down to the ring checkpoints into that bug slide. That has pretty much been the make or break situation throughout the matches on this track. So this might be one of those situations where just make sure you get that bug slide on point. There's really nothing else to it, because when it comes to 14 and 7, if we look at the ice, it's a really, really tough deal for the Danish, right? They haven't shown as great of an ice slide as the Finnish has, and with 14 and 7, just relying on that, building up speed from those, it's a tough deal all of a sudden, right? I wouldn't be surprised if because of these maps that this could be the end of the line for the Danish. So other than get good at ice, there's not a lot else, because you cannot rely on the Finnish just all of a sudden messing everything up.
Yeah, it's just really on the bug slide. Whoever gets this bug slide correct is most likely going to win this map, because it is a full speed map, so you have to go as fast as possible, and speed is so important to keep up. Is this full speed before I get moaned, or is it just speed fun?
I mean, there is slowing down, right?
To be speed fun, right?
But there is, you pretty much hold down, accelerate throughout the entire run. That's what it comes down to.
That's the problem. Well, no, the difference between speed fun and full speed is full speed is when you never ever slow down.
Yeah, you never slow down. You've got speed slides and everything. It's there's a lot of wall rides, speed traps, right? You need to have a certain amount of speed to make it over a gap, stuff like that, and you just go. This I wouldn't classify as full speed, but it is a fast track. It is a fast track.
That's why it's speed fun, because it's speed, but not fully full speed, and it's kind of fun. Speed fun.
Speed fun. Well, there you go.
Out. But
are you saying that all other maps aren't fun? What?
I'm a dirt Andy, okay? Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, all right.
I'm one of the weird dudes. I'm a dirt Andy. There's no law of us left anymore after the dirt now. But we have finally got into our first round. Watched a bit of Jake racing. Seems like he's having a beautiful time on this map, as Woofley is going to be in first place only. Saka has been, subbed in from the side of the finish, seeming like he does understand full speed from the side of the finish. We're going to have to see if he's able to do anything. He's a little bit behind, but he hasn't warmed up just yet. So he gets a beautiful bug slide, but he's so far behind. He's the only player from the side of the finish who's able to keep up with the Danish players right now. Has a little bit of a dink on the side, but it doesn't matter too much. He's just so far behind the first two. It should be a win for the Danish, going to be a 1-2. Soliver and Kato really shine up for the team.
Definitely showing up for them. It's along the way, right? We saw some players fall down. It's again, right? That those ring checkpoints. We see players crash into those ring checkpoints. We've seen the bug slide not go too well. Just now, we saw Captain Salmon on the jump down from that bug slide section crash into one of the flagpoles. There's just that middle part of 13. Is the most lethal of this one, right? That's where you really want to keep your eyes peeled and make sure, like, oh, blink and you'll miss it, because a player can just disappear just like that. Right now into round 2, Danish taking a 1-0 lead, and we see all the players going in for the bug slide once again. Great speed all around, though we do see a crash come in from Woofley into one of those ring checkpoints that I've mentioned just now. Oh, Zakalavis actually crashes into the checkpoint, and because of that has a bad respawn. We saw one of the Danish players go too far to the side as well, and just like that, we're left with 3 players at the end of it all. This time it is a Finnish player at the front, but with numbers 2 and 3, Soliver and Kato, it's going to come down to number 5, and that is currently Jake Ray. Is he going to be able to hold on to it? He does indeed. So the Danish do pick up another round win, but it's another messy round.
It is definitely another messy round. It's looking like the Finnish just really haven't calibrated themselves through this map just yet. Give them a little bit more time, and I have full belief that they will be getting out a few higher numbers. Well, lower numbers, I would have to say.
I would like lower numbers, yes.
Yes. I forget, in a racing game, you want to try and go as fast as possible, not as slow as possible.
Exactly.
But yeah, there's just a few mistakes coming out. Now, the hard thing with having speed fun like this is, with a turn in normal tech, you only have to do it slightly beforehand, so you can usually time it a lot better. But on these long straight turns, you have to go at a perfect time, super far ahead. If not, you are going to bonk a wall. Or if you slow down during it, you're going to lose so much speed, you're just not able to keep up with the competition. So we're going to have to see if they are able to find out something is going to be in first place. What's up, Tony?
No, definitely. As you're saying, right? It's all about hitting the apex, right? It's extremely essential. Where normally with these shorter corners, you would be able to. Wow, 2 players just bouncing their way out of there.
Did hit the apex. We'll tell you that.
Yeah, they did not hit the apex, that's for sure. But it's definitely essential with these long corners where you don't drift. There's no drifting, right? Where it's like more timing that drift. Instead, it is approaching the corner and finding that inside while maintaining the most amount of speed possible. Once again, what were those bounces? I'm still trying to. You see Kato actually go for it once again. It's an interesting one, and he has to as well, right? Although at the moment, number 4, no other Finnish player inside, so 9 points is going to be enough for a Danish win. What an odd round.
Yeah, it's looking like both teams were trying to go for a little bit of a cool, I'll say wicked bonk to get themselves a little bit more speed.
True.
I would say
first bug slide, like you just, instead of bug slide, you turtle slide. Is that the tactic?
Do you think that's actually possible?
Maybe. I mean, maybe that will be the new strat, right? We know about bug slides. We know about the nose boots. What if the next one is going to be turtling? All right, we already have turtling to a certain extent, but that turtling is the way to go fastest.
I don't think that's possible. You use the head of your character. Somehow, like, you bug it into somewhere, it gets absolutely stuck, and then it flings it forward. Could work out. But we do have a small pause, though, coming out mid-round. I'm not sure why. I think one of the teams just needs a quick second to do something. As Merch Jr. is going for a little bit of a walk around the stadium. Hopefully he can try out a few things. We have a beautiful wall next to him, but it's looking like he is finally going to maybe take a bit more practice on the map. Or he's just flying up.
Yeah. We'll have a small little break in the meantime. Players exploring the map. I mean, this is definitely one of those tracks where you can go weird ways. You can go weird ways because of the way it's built, right? The scenery is very much made like, oh yeah, you're driving within these, I don't know, all these loops, if you will. I mean, obviously you can't drive on the the ceiling in this situation because there are no boosters for that. We do see Captain Salmon having some issues disconnecting. I'm sure he'll reconnect a little bit. Unfortunately, just it must be internet issues. I think that's probably the main thing going on. And, you know, so it's one of those things that is tricky to deal with, right? It's something you don't have under control. It's something that just happens. And
hopefully the Wi-Fi gets sorted soon. Because when I did the SAM event, the South American event, somebody sadly did disconnect during the finals, and that's the worst time for it to happen. But we do see the, how do you say his name? Sekalevis?
Sakalevis, yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's Finnish players, Finnish people out there who can correct us on that one. For me, Sakalevis is a new player as well. I haven't seen him before in any FTL, right? Other than that, just I'm familiar with him, but it's cool to see him in the Finnish team, right? Standing alongside players like Tuka Wufuli, Captain Salmon, and Veki. And you know, being put in like this shows the confidence all, right? He's clearly not coming in to just spectate and warm the bench, right? He's a new face, new player who hopefully is having a great time so far in tscc and making it as far as the team has so far. We'll see if that top 6 will be in the predictions in their favor, because that will be the first time into top 6. But that's only going to happen if they win 2 more maps. Does look like we're live once again.
We are live. JK going for a little bit too close. Look at that. Somehow was able to almost make that work. But we're going to really have to see if Sakalevis is able to do anything for his team. Because Captain Salmon is definitely doing something for his team and being in the first place. Now there's low speed coming out from Woofley as well. And this is what the Finnish needed, getting their first round win on this map.
Getting that first round win, and it was definitely hard fought there as well. There was some exchanging of places going on between number 2, 3, and 4 to try and duke it out. If Woofley wasn't able to make that overtake happen, that time of Captain Salmon would have been great, but at the same time would have led to not having enough points, right? Not having enough points on the board to win a round. So great round to get back into it after that break, and hopefully we'll see all of the Finnish players come in at the end, and hopefully this bug slide here, you know, won't cause any issues. Right now we do see some players going a bit wide, some players going quite tight. Kato being one of those players who goes quite tight and makes it work. But Captain Salmon way ahead right now. Woofley and Sakalevis coming closer and closer to their teammate, but hanging on to numbers 3 and 4 should be enough for a round win. We do hear Solvagans in the background overtaking Sakalevis. He shoots into 4th place, but 4th place isn't going to cut it. 1-3-5 going to the finish. and they're picking up rounds. And Captain Salmon and Kato just that was amazing speed out of the bug slide, though. Captain Salmon really getting the upper hand in that one.
Getting a 39.7, being almost 0.5 seconds ahead of anyone in that round. That is very impressive to see. But one thing I want to talk about is the new player. The new player that we have discussed before, Sake. He is fairly new, apparently. He's only been doing it a few weeks before the last season, so he's one of the newish players, or newer players to come into the Finnish scene. So it's good to see that they are giving him an opportunity. He may take a little bit of time to really grow and become the player we know he can be. But if he's already on the Finnish team, I'm excited to see what is going to happen to him in the next year or two. He may be able to go for maybe Open Grand League, maybe go for something a little bit higher. But we will have to see, as we are going to see him in 4th place. He needs to do something here if he wants to try and get it to be a Finnish win. But having a 2 and 3 from the side, or even the first 2 going to the Finnish side or the Danish side, means they are going to win, the Danish team.
They are, yeah. It's it's been that final corner right there. Captain Salmon and Wolfley both attacked that one hard. Sakalavis is slowing down a little bit there, and it's been allowing the Danish to overtake. So I think that is the weak point, right, for Sakalavis in this situation. So, but that at the same time also could mean, winning or losing, because right now the Danish are 1 point away from winning the map. Finland is going to have to win 3 rounds in a row. We'll see if that'll happen. We already saw one of the Finnish players go a bit too wide in Captain Salmon. And while Wolfley's bug slide is looking great, J-Cray and Solovagans are doing an amazing job as well. At the same time, Kato also moving forward. Ooh, I'm not sure what happened to Solovagans right there on the downhill on that jump down, but he was unable to really get the speed he needs, but he gets a lot of speed out of that final turn, shoots past his teammates in Kato, and it is a Danish victory. They lead the match 2-1. They just need one more map win to move on to losers bracket round number 5. But we got 2 ice maps coming up, and we've seen Finnish players play ice today, and it's going to be tough. They needed this victory, definitely. If they were going to be down to 1 right here, then that would be a mountain. That would be just Mount Everest for Denmark to climb. But right now, they've got a lead. They just need to eke out one of these ice maps.
Now, this ice is a little bit different compared to the other one we have seen, because it has a few bobsleds here and there sprinkled around. So this is a lot different to play on this ice slide from the other part, where it's just a long open area where you try and ice slide as much as possible. Do you have a favorite, Boney? Do you like the bobsleds, or do you like the open up ice?
It's, this one, I'd say the ending is definitely a unique one, right? Usually, whenever anyone learns about Trackmania, right, or things are being told like, oh, how do you go fast? You want to reduce airtime, right? You don't want to jump into the air. You want to make sure you stay on the ground, on the road as much as possible. But this ending actually is faster if you use that bobsleigh. You use the right side to catch some air and shoot forward into the finish line. It's simply fast. So we'll see all these players go for this. So right now, J-Gray, we see them doing it as well. Shoots a bit up, not too high, slows down actually a little bit, but that is the way we'll be seeing these players attack this. So in this situation, airtime will be faster.
So you're telling me that on this map, you have to do the one thing the Trackmania players have told me to never do.
Exactly.
Get airtime.
Exactly.
Nadeo, I feel cheated having this map. You know, everything in my brain says no airtime for having players actually trying to get too much airtime. Not sure if I can cast this map. I just don't feel right.
It's definitely one of those oddities, because yeah, you would say like, well, why don't you just you get the slide, right? You're supposed to ice slide. Ice slide is the way to go fast, right? And this is the one point where it ain't. This is the one point where it ain't. Whoop going for a great jump right there, actually. Good example of what it is to expect there, using that speed out of that ice slide, this long ice slide here to his advantage. But yeah, being ice, I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be quite some time between the players in general. But I wouldn't, at the same time, I do expect the Finnish to strike back. This is definitely a good opportunity for them to tie the score 2-2. I mean, they're going to have to, otherwise they will be eliminated from the tournament.
Yes, and we'll have to see if they're able to do it. But the ice has been on the side of the Finnish. Now, they did win the second map run-in, which was the ice map, if you do remember. So we'll have to see if they're able to recreate what they were able to do before. We'll have to see if Sakalavis is still going to be on the side of the finish or if they swapped him back out. We'll take a look in just a second. But Merch Jr. doing quite well on this, trying to show the Danish that they may be able to do ice as well. So it's fighting in first place. It's looking like he has been taken out. Ruefully, Tuka and Captain Salmon are going to be the team on the finish side for this map, as Captain Salmon is showing up. It did quite well on the speed or the speed fun on the last map as well, as he's so far ahead of anyone else, having a 0.2 lead, almost 0.5 now, as Tuka makes a small mistake leading up to Whoop TM and Merch Jr. to try and catch up to him as they get to the final corner. Merch Jr. does get close, but just isn't enough, as Captain Salmon does secure first. But going second, third, and fourth, it is going to be a win from the side of the Danish.
It's going to be a win on their side indeed. I mean, Tuka he went too fast for his own good is what it came down to, crashing into the top of the checkpoint like that. That is definitely unlucky. Just a bit too fast, too furious. We saw Oofley earlier on not getting the slide over the reactor boost into reset the way he was hoping for. So definitely a bit of an unlucky round, but Captain Salmon right now is showing off that he's got the pace, he's got the speed to make sure he can get those top 3 times. And I think the same can be said for Tuka as well. It was simply just him hitting that checkpoint in a very, very unfortunate way, and it's costing them the round. Right now, though, it is Captain Salmon who hasn't had a good time, and Whoop on the Danish side, who isn't in the top 3 at all. So instead, it is a fight 2v2, Mertz, Woofley, Tuka, and Solvagans. Tuka goes quite high on the ice right there, so that allows Solvagans to overtake. We see Mertz go into the air. Woofley does not, does hold on to first place. Tuka in fourth, and Captain Salmon takes up number 5. Whoop unable to overtake him. Not quite sure where Whoop is at the moment, but that is enough for the finish to pick up a round of their own, and definitely needed right now. Every round matters to them.
Yeah, now I feel like Captain Salmon is most likely the consistent player on the finish side, so we're going to have to see if he's able to keep up and able to get finish another win here. But Woofley is in first place. He is fighting against Captain Salmon as well. Woofley bonks out as well. Now 3 players bonk out. I mean, there's only going to be 3 players to leave. It's Merch Jr., it's Tuka, and it's Oliver Guns to fight against each other. If Tuka doesn't get first place here, it is going to go to the side of the Danish, which he, of course, does not want. He's going to have to bring out all his ice sliding skills to try and catch up here, but there isn't that much left on the map. And to try and beat Merch Jr. in the end, he does get a good jump. Is he able to? Trying to fly to the end. Just isn't able to do it, meaning that it is going to most likely be a win from the side of the Danish. Yeah, that's a win for the Danish.
That is a win for the Danish. That 1-3 pretty much sealed the deal. As long as Whoop didn't DNF, that the only thing that could have been them would have been a draw. It's that top 3, right? It really does make a big difference if you do not get at least one player in there. You could get away with one player. I mean, you're gonna need 2. You're gonna need 2 pretty much to be in position to win rounds. Let's look, however, right now as we get into the next round. Woofley this time not having the same issues as he had previously with that checkpoint. I'm not quite sure what that checkpoint has done to him, but he keeps beating it up all the time. But a great lead from Whoop. We see him way ahead, showing off an amazing performance that he has been able to set up throughout the previous rounds. Does look like there's some net issues happening again if I'm looking at chat. So this is a Danish round win, but we are fortunately have lost to Salmon once again.
He's gone back to the sea. He's gone back to his home. Apparently Wi-Fi doesn't really work with. Apparently electricity and water aren't meant to mix, which Salmon is sadly figuring out now. But no, from the side of the Danish, we keep talking about how well the Finnish do on this ice, but it's just not really working for him so far.
It's not working for him, like, because there's that pace is shown, right? Whenever the mistakes don't happen, we see that the Finnish have great pace, but they are not looking consistent right now, and it's definitely hurting them. I mean, at the same time, obviously, it hurts that Captain Salmon is having these internet issues, being definitely one of their fastest players. Just taking a quick look at their rankings on this track, we have Captain Salmon, who has driven a 35.8 as a PB, and that is the fastest time out of their entire lineup, right? And to have him disconnect all this time is just not great to have, right? You're going into this 14-7 as mentioned, right? You're picking 22, so you're good at ice, and they've shown that they're good at ice, and it's starting to just bite them in the ass, perhaps because of these external issues happening.
Yeah, now it feels like ice is the black sheep of the Trackmania community, I have to say. Because if you don't practice it, it's not like any of the other materials that you really drive on. You will really understand it, or you don't understand it at all. So that's the reason that if you pick it, you're most likely going to pick ice maps over and over. Because if you're good at
Yes.
ice in general, you're most likely going to be better at any ice map compared to anyone else if you have a little bit of practice on it. So this is maybe what the Finnish team was trying to go for in this map or this whole entire like tscc. They were trying to go for ice, but
Mhm.
it just isn't really working out for him so far.
It's not. It's not. We'll see if they'll recover. I mean, right now Denmark just needs 2 more round wins, and they move on to the next round. I mean, they will be facing off against the winner of the match of Ireland versus Netherlands. Speaking about that match, they have encountered each other during the Swiss rounds, during which Ireland did win 3-1 versus the Netherlands. Not quite sure what the score is right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if I'm able to find that somewhere. Looking at the Dutch Discord real quick, I do see 2-1, but I don't know in whose favor. It might be in favor of the Dutch if the way it's written down. So, I'm positive about that. I'm happy about that if that is something to happen, because not only is it a rematch, but at the same time, it's a potential redemption arc, if you will, if the Netherlands will be able to win it against Ireland. Ireland having looked quite dominant so far. Having only lost, having lost to England actually to drop down to the lower bracket.
What can I say? England, it's just a superior country by far.
Those two islands.
All jokes aside, right, we have finally got back into it, if I am not mistaken. I've got to quickly make sure before I do a warm-up round. It's looking like we are properly into it, as Merge Jr. is fighting for the first place, has been taken over by Captain Sam. We are saying about how strong this player is for his team, as Tuka is going so wide. But look at the speed coming out from him. Isn't in the right area for this bobsled. So Merge Jr. is going to have a lot of speed over him, but just he's so far ahead that it doesn't even matter. If Captain Sam was able to keep this up and Tuka in second place, they should be able to get a win in a while. They need a bit of a confidence boost to get themselves to maybe win this map, as Captain Salmon does get taken over by Whoop. But having Tuka and Woofley, both of your players behind you, it is going to be a win for the finish.
Gonna be a win with a 36-5 as well. Captain Salmon hitting something along the way, so Whoop just shot himself forward out of that bobsleigh with a nice jump right there. Definitely needed for the finish though to pick up this round win. And this, I feel like, is the pace that they would be displaying if just not for that inconsistency that has been plaguing them during the previous rounds. We'll see if that is still ongoing as we are live once again. And we see 2 slide outs on the Danish side this time around. So I don't know, somehow the baton has been passed from the Finnish to the Danish when it comes to having issues and sliding out on ice. Captain Salmon, Woofley, and Tuka chilling in third place. Woofley very close to hitting the checkpoint right there, but shoots his way forward, no problem whatsoever, coming closer and closer to his teammate and Captain Salmon. And let's see, do they both get in? Oh, Captain Salmon actually doesn't get in, hits the top of the finish line, but fortunately Tuka is there and Woofley is there. So 1-2-4 is good enough for the finish to tie up the score 3-3. Just went a bit too high, I suppose.
2 of the Nordic Giants are fighting it out right now, 3-3 apiece. Remember, only 2 more wins need to come out from the Danish side for them to get to the next round. The Finnish need to win a full map on top of just winning 2 rounds here to get through themselves. So the Finnish really have everything to fight for if they want to get back into this. It's looking like when Captain Salmon comes back from a disconnect, he's just a whole nother beast. But it's looking like Merch Jr. and we do not want this to happen. Stay eye front, but Captain Salmon, he does have speed. Same with Woofley. They just need to do something on this round. You don't want to leave it up to the last round to do this. And you can tell by Captain Salmon how he's going. He has more speed than Whoop. Is he able to catch up? It's all on this ending here. Has good speed. Maybe able to get first place. As he snipes his way to first place in front of all other Nordic players.
It was an amazing snipe. It's just unfortunate that the rest of his team wasn't closer to support him in that one. Danish picking up numbers 2, 3, and 4 instead. It's a great attack, but just, it doesn't give you what they were looking for. And they were looking for a round win right there. And then instead they got an amazing first place, clip it and ship it definitely. But they need that round win, especially now. The Danish just need 1 more and they win the match and they knock out Finland. In the way this is going, Whoop and Mertz are in the lead quite comfortably, and at the same time the Finnish team is nowhere in sight. Tuukka having to look from a distance as he slides out of that ice corner, and that is going to be all she wrote. And what a way for it to end as well, with the Danish picking up an ace and knocking out Finland from the tscc Spring 2022. It was that's harsh, that's rough. It definitely could have gone the other way, but it is what it is. It is what it is. It's the Danish moving on, still showing that they do as well know how to drive on ice despite losing on 22, and they will move on and face up against the winner of Ireland versus Netherlands.
Yes, as we're waiting for that, Captain Salmon had a few mishaps with his internet. He wasn't able to really do what he wanted to get done with this team. However, remember, they did have new players coming out of this. Saka Levi's finally coming in, finally showing a little bit of prowess when he hasn't had a lot of time in Trackmania so far. So the Finnish team have a lot to work for. We should expect them to at least get to the semi-finals next time as well with their team. Well played to Weefly, Captain Salmon, Tuukka, Saka Levi's, and Veki for doing so well to get this far, but it just wasn't enough. Now, it is looking like the Danish are going to go through. Mertz Jr., Whoop TM, Soliver Gunn, Kato, Jake Gray, and Johan Clan TM really were able to step up today. Even when we were saying they weren't even good at ice, they were able to win the ice battle to get themselves through.
It's really that support. I'm just seeing some results coming in the meantime as well. But just talking about the match, it's been a back and forth, I will say. I mean, the random maps in this case, right, in 13 and 14, there were these moments of brilliance, right? These moments where all players had a time to shine and really show off how fast they were, while both maps weren't as consistent as they probably would have liked. At the same time, it's led to some great moments, and while again it easily could have gone the other way, and I easily could have seen Finland win that map and move on to 7. It just wasn't meant to be. Perhaps the internet issues on Captain Salmon, just causing these disruptions all the time and not really allowing him to focus, perhaps. But at the same time, right, it's still the Danish who were able to be better. They were the ones who were able to win more rounds and pick up more maps. And for that, congratulations for moving on. And they will be facing off after this redemption arc that I was mentioning just now. These results just coming in: Netherlands versus Ireland. And where Ireland was able to defeat the Netherlands 3-1 during the Swiss rounds. The redemption arc has come true. It is in fact the case. Netherlands will be moving on to face off against Denmark. They have won 3-2. So a nail-biter of a match, apparently. And the first time as well for the Netherlands to get into top 4, I believe. I'd have to double-check that one. But a great result coming in, and I'm sure it's going to be an amazing confidence boost going into the match against Denmark.
Yeah, I'll be very concerned if I was Denmark right now, because we were talking about how dominant Ireland has been. For such a small country as them to be this good is quite fascinating to see. So if I was Netherlands, I would definitely be scared of, if I was the Danish team, I'd be scared of any team that could beat Ireland, at least this year of tscc. So we'll have to see what's going to happen.
Definitely. And I think for now, while we get things sorted out for the next match, because from this point on, we pretty much have 4 countries, 4 teams remaining. They happen to be geographically actually quite close, right? We've got Denmark, we've got Germany, we've got the Netherlands, and we've got England. And the only one that isn't attached by land is pretty much England, right? Very interesting how that one turned out, actually. But we'll see what the results will be in just a little bit. We've got 3 more matches remaining in total. First off is going to be Denmark versus Netherlands in just a little bit. The winner of that will face off against Germany, and then the winner of that will be able to fight for the title against England, waiting for the winner of the lower bracket. So we'll take a small little break. Don't go anywhere, and if you do, make sure you come back in just a little bit. Hope to see you then. Catch you then.
Ui! Nice! Nice!
Sieltä lähetys!
Kova! Kova! Juu, veti!
To the floor grasses, Babsify fights off Epos for the moment, but behind him, Davino and Bosbez are holding it off just fine. It's gonna be a.
Not-
Oh no! They lost.
What was
They
that?
lost the round.
That was.
Okay, well, we have to hope that for some reason Pika and Pereira here are gonna be dumb and go risky. Yep, exactly like that. And Kato gets it, and he actually snipes Pika as well. Oh my god. So that's a 1-3. GG. I mean, we need Solly to finish first, but you know. Solly? Wait, what's happening? No! Ah, dude, this map! Oh my god. Ah! What's happening? 21 things, oh my.
Definitely got the speed, and let's see if he's got the consistency to go along with it. Birdie is in second alongside him. Hansi and Murray are trying to keep up, but Hansi a little too far behind with a mistake, and here comes the Neo slide, and that's a mistake out of everyone, but Murray just makes the mistake harder than everyone else. And so Hansi has a chance to come in second, but that is a yep tree. And we see ourselves Hot Swap, Birdie, and Dank, the ace. Probably the dankest ace out of Beerland off of the start here. That is how you want to start 24, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, did you see that finish from Hansi though? Just turtling his way over it. I mean, you gotta respect that. You gotta respect. For example, that has been causing these players to lose some speed, but at the same time, they're doing a fantastic job right now of attacking it, each and every one of them, leading to this close one for first place. We see Epos and Dank fighting for first. We see Idolus in third place. And it's a fight between him and Birdie. Ooh! Birdie and Hot Swat actually overtake Idolus as Idolus hits the finish line right.
And right now they're behind by a 10.5 on Giuliano. Look at this time here being brewed by Giuliano. Look at how far ahead he is. He's got so much overspeed on everyone else. Look at the speed he's bringing as he hits into the wall. He brought in way too much speed. He had so much speed that he hit into the wall. So now Idols and Bozbez need to keep it together here. Can they get in front of Amaterasu? It would be very crucial. They can't. And New Prime. Oh, New Prime snipes Idol. Oh no. Is it over? Is it over? As Giuliano, yes, he brings us to map 14. Oh, I didn't even see New Prime coming in through. What a snipe by him.
Ui!
Nice.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the tscc Spring 2022 edition. I am Boney C, and with me once again is Safdos. We just came out of a exciting match between Finland versus Denmark, with Finland unfortunately being eliminated from the tournament. So because of that, we're gonna have Denmark versus Netherlands. Netherlands on their redemption arc, having beaten Ireland, one of the teams they've lost against, and now ready to face against Denmark. What do you think? How do you feel about this match, and who do you favor?
Well, so the Nordic teams went to war. They had a little bit of a battle. It seemed like ice was in favor of the Finnish, but the Danish were coming out powerful, winning the first map, winning the third map, and the fourth, all going to the side of the Danish, able to get themselves a victory, able to get themselves into a good position to go against the Dutch. So the Danish do have a strong opportunity, but the Dutch, on the other hand, did go against the Irish team that we weren't expecting to really be so powerful as they were. They were one of the favorites to be winning this after we started seeing them play. They were able to go 3-1, 3-0 most of the matches. So to be able to take down a team like Ireland, I would definitely say that the Dutch are probably going to be the stronger team out though.
I mean, I, for one, will always be supporting the Netherlands. The Danish, it's... So one of the things that I, have seen in the past with the Netherlands and their picks and bans and whatnot, they do not want ice. They just don't want ice. They don't pick ice. I'm pretty sure they've already banned 14. I'm sure 18 is going to be the next ban out of them because they just don't want to see it appear. They've been doing that previously. So I think if no ice maps find their way through the picks, which is not going to be the case with Denmark going for the full speed on 19. They're going to have to hope that these random maps do not contain, what is it? Well, if they're going to ban 18, they won't see 7 and they won't see 22. And if that were not to be the case, I definitely would give the upper hand to the Netherlands on this one. I mean, even if it wasn't, I'd still support them, right? But realistically, it will be a tough match for the Dutch in that situation.
Yes, I will allow you to be a little bit biased towards your home team. So I will definitely be on the Danish side. How can I not be? They have a player named Whoop. Kato.
Gotta go for Whoop.
I was about to say, I'm going to be whooping for Whoop the whole entire time. So we're going to have to see if the Danish is going to be really going to be able to make a statement against the Dutch. Because if you're able to take down the Netherlands, who have already taken down the Irish, you are definitely going to be a team to be watching out.
Definitely interesting, though, going for the 13. So no bug slides happening this time around. Nobody crashing into any rings. So they're just hoping for 18 not to show up. And it does look like that's going to be the case. Starting things off on 16, then 19. And then the random maps is going to be 21, 12, and 9. So that is a nice mix of different types of tracks as well, right? We've got some dirt. We've got some full speed. We're going to have some tech. It's going to be... It's going to be good. It's going to be fun. I think this definitely is looking like a race that is in, I would say, in favor of the Dutch. Yeah, but don't discount the Danish, right? While they don't have the same players that they won the championship with previous season. They're still a great all-around team, and they're still going to come in and defend their title.
So we're going to be able to see if they're able to defend it, as we only have about 50 seconds till we are going to get into our first map. Now, do you even know that much about your own team, Boney?
I know they're Dutch, and that's all I need to know. No, I've so Jan van Spijk and Paardenvechter, these are two players that have been doing playing in Trackmania for quite a bit. Oh, you don't know these words? Paardenvechter, sorry, Horsefighter. Horsefighter is what I'm gonna. You're on board. All right, well there you go. These are definitely two great players who have been playing on the Dutch team previously as well, and have been driving great times. Right, very competitive within the Discord. So I'm expecting some great results from that. Jussi, Piedev, and our third player Stift. I believe Stift was playing. I mean, this is where I'm like, can I forget? Can I remember? No, I'm on the wrong page. Dang! Look at me.
Come on, man. You got this. We have full belief.
You get those statistics. Yeah, I was right, Stift. See, I was doubting myself, right? Yeah, I was like, wait, am I wrong? Am I thinking of a different... No, I was right. Fortunately.
That is what you are. But remember, guys, for both of these teams, both for the Dutch and the Danish, if they win this, they have to go against an infamous team. A team you guys may have heard of, maybe even a country you've heard of. Germany. Now, they're one of the favourites coming into this tournament. They have been brought down one division because of the English, who are waiting in the finals. So they have to win this map. They have to beat the Germans, and then they have to beat the English twice. So any team that gets through this has a long road ahead of them if they want to be crowned champion of the SCC.
Definitely, it's the way of double elimination, right? While you may have that second chance in, if you end up going out to the lower bracket quite early, which was the case for the Dutch, then it's a long road. The Danish, on the other hand, didn't get knocked out as fast as that, but they did get knocked out during round number 2 against England, and therefore they still have to play the same amount of matches, but just not down in the low bracket as early as it could have been. So a very long road for these teams. Whereas, if you already got in through winner bracket finals, all of a sudden you have to play fewer matches. You don't have to prove yourself as much as these two teams right here. It's going to be a gauntlet. It's going to be match after match after match for whoever it is that wins. And especially if they win against Germany, then they might even find, well, if they want to win, they're going to have to go for the bracket reset, right? They're going to have to win against England not once, but twice to win the tournament. And that is an onslaught, right? That is definitely a test of endurance. And I'm very curious to see if these two teams, whichever of the two is going to be able to come out ahead, is going to be able to have that endurance to take it all.
But you need to remember, when they win the first game, you are more likely to win the second game because you've got the confidence behind you. You really have the momentum to push yourself forward. It's going to have to see if they're able to make it, not just through this round, but through the others as well. We only have a few seconds before we finally get onto the map of 16.
Moving on to 16. This is the Dutch pick, and definitely one they've picked beforehand. It's a nice fast track, and I'm very curious to see how they will be feeling, how they'll be doing today. I mean, after a long match against Ireland, I can imagine they might be a little bit exhausted, but same can be said for the Danish, right? They also came out of a long match between the Finnish. And as we are live, we do see that the Dutch are playing in red. The Danish will be playing in the blue. And right now I'm seeing all reds all in the front on this red level track. And I'm a big fan. We're seeing Pieter, we're seeing Stifts in the lead. Kato, Solveigans are trailing behind. Haven't seen the third player from the Danish side, but I'm sure we'll see him in a little bit, unless he's not fast enough, at which point it's all Dutch all the time right here as we get to the final few corners. Let's see if they are able to maintain that speed throughout this turn right here. This is usually where things can go wrong, crashes can happen, but no, each and every one of them shoots their way forward, and it is a 1-2-3 ace for the Netherlands to kick things off. Jake Ray coming in, actually overtaking his teammate there in Kato. I'm not quite sure if I can hear you right now. Somebody can verify this. Okay. Oh, he's on here. Okay. I see. Yeah, because maybe some... only I am heard. Okay, excellent. Yeah, I was wondering, is it on my end or not?
Hello.
So we'll leave that for us after those
Boney,
two.
I'm so sorry.
You're back.
Are you okay? I'm sorry.
All right. I was so worried, man. I already called in the search squad and everything. All right,
no,
we're good,
okay.
boys. We're good.
I had a few too many beers. I was at the pub. I was celebrating England getting to another finals. Hopefully it goes better than the Euros for us. But all jokes aside, though, I want to talk about Josie in that last round. He was able to beat everyone by 0.5 seconds. And look at this again, able to beat everyone else yet again. This player for the Dutch is an absolute powerhouse. Because remember, he didn't just beat people by 0.5. He beat the best of the best. He beat everybody who's good in the Netherlands. The top of the top are playing for the Dutch team. The top are playing for the Danish team. To be able to do that is absolutely insane.
It's absolutely insane. Just taking a quick look at his score as well on this track. It does look like, yeah, he is the fastest player as well, having a top, what is it? He's number 37 right now with a 55.7. So really giving it all for his team, right? We saw him shot forward during that last turn, really showing his prowess and his knowledge of the track. And it's one of these tracks, right, where we've seen players jump too far to the left or the right on this jump in particular, but so far they're all like drawing and coloring in between the lines, and it's been allowing the Dutch right here to take this lead in the match right now, 2-0. J-Cray in the mix, trying to get some points for the Danish team, but with Solveigans and Kato lagging a little bit behind, it may be a bit of a tall order for them to actually get the win. We see Justin once again with this amazing attack. Look at the speed that he's gaining out of it. This time not enough to shoot into first place, but with second, third, and fifth this time around for the Dutch, with Solveigans sniping stuff in the finish. That is going to be another Dutch win.
But remember, this is looking a lot better from the Danish side. They were able to get a victory. They're able to get just ahead of Juzzy. So they may not be winning the first couple of rounds, but they are showing up a little bit more. Looking like they are trying to keep up with the pace. Because remember, both of these teams were in 2 different lower bracket finals. So for them to get here, both have different paces. Some teams are slightly stronger than others. So if you go against a stronger team, you're most likely going to have to bring up faster pace. So that may be why the Dutch are doing so well, how strong the Irish were. But it's looking like the Danish have finally caught up, as we do see Solveig in first place. We know how good he is on full speed as Juzzy because of how hard he's been trying to get these fast times. A lot of mistakes will be coming out because you'll be pushing everything you can. Solveig is still in first place, but Diff is the only player from the Dutch team who is able to keep up. Talking about keeping up, he is in first place. Not too many turns left. Is going to be the last one coming up in just a second. We're going to have to see if anybody's able to keep up with him. But no, it's not looking like Solveig is chasing himself through first, going Solveig, J-Cray, and Kato, and this is what the finish needed.
Whoa, man, those are fighting words. They're not finished. I mean, they finished. They finished.
They finish.
No, I do it all the time, right? You say things wrong. There are so many things happening in these races to say one thing wrong. You know, I forgive you.
Oh, thank you, man.
Yes, because I'm gonna mess up in just a little bit as well. Because if I didn't, I would have shot myself in the foot if I do mess up later on. But no, yeah, that Danish actually shooting back with an ace of their own, but also due to Juzzy, you know, pushing it hard and losing that, you know, one of your top 3 players, or at least, you know, expected top 3 players for this match, is definitely going to hurt you, you know, when it comes to the bottom line of points being gained this time around. No such thing is going to be the case for Juzzy. But we do see J-Cray with an amazing attack out of that jump right there, gaining a ton of speed. Stiff's having to play from behind, looking for any mistakes happening on the Danish side. In fact, getting a lot of speed into this final long turn. But is it going to be enough to get into a position where he's able to get enough points for his teammates? First and third, J-Cray and Solveigans. This is looking like a Danish victory unless Pieter actually snipes the number 3, and he does. And with Stuffs picking up the number 5, a few tenths of a second ahead of Kato, that is a win for the Netherlands. They are 4-1. They just need one more round win to win their map pick.
Yeah, Kato made a slight mistake halfway through the map, meaning that he did fall down to 6th place. Does mean that it was going to be a win from the side of the Dutch, making Boney, you know, a little bit happy as he said that his team is doing super well. I mean, how can you not do well when you have Juzzy with the times coming out, even with all these players having an incredible pace on this map? It's one of the maps we see come in with the best times out of these players, as everybody is so close together. You can't even tell who's first, second, or third, as we do lose one place. Look like Stuffed just isn't able to keep up there, as everybody is coming down from the run. We're going to have to see who gets more pace. Remember, Kato, because he landed slightly higher up, he will have more pace than the others. As this is a long stretch, he will be able to catch up, so we'll have to see. It does matter. J-Cray has consistently been in first place for the last couple of rounds, really bringing it back from the Danish side, but we do have Padif in the mix. We're going to have to see if he's able to do anything with J-Cray. Look at that pace. The speed on him is absolutely insane. He's so far in front of anyone else. As Kato, is he going to snipe the second place? It's looking like it's a no. That is going to be another win from the Danish.
Another win from the Danish. J-Cray driving a great 55.9, really carrying his team forward, right? Giving, I think it helps out a ton, right? Knowing that you've got one of your teammates ahead and you're pretty close to them. You can, you know, we can just follow. We've lost one of the opponent's team members. So the pressure starts to get, you know, lifted. Gets lifted a little bit, and there's more room to just go, right? And know that, oh, we've got this number 1 and he's ahead by quite a bit. Gives you and your team confidence in getting these rounds. And confidence is definitely one of those things that is necessary because the pace is there, but at the same time, you still have the Dutch who are on match point. We did unfortunately see a crash right there once again from Jussi. Jussi just through the second half, not quite getting the lines that he is looking for, and with Piadov as well falling down throughout that jump. Only Stuffs remain on that side, and the Danish are starting to strike back. They're like, well, I'm not going to be down, 4-1. It's looking like a bit of a repeat from what we just saw during the Finland-Denmark match, where Finland was striking back in the way that they were on 12. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough in that situation, but maybe this time around it will be enough for the Danish as they just picked up another round win.
The Dutch are on fire recently. They didn't have the best start to this map. They had a little break, weren't really feeling themselves, but they are finally getting back into it, having first, second, and third. Again, under a 56, which is very impressive to see coming out of them. Remember, only 2 more wins from the side of the Danish. Well, only 1 more win coming out from the Dutch, and they will take the map. So we have to see if the Dutch is able to secure that this round. Jussi has been such a powerful asset from the side of the Dutch team on this map. So we have to see if he's able to pull out what we know he can. But if he's in the mix, as to if the Dutch go for just in front of that tree, they're trying to get a little bit more pace, but Kato is keeping up with the pack as nobody's bumped out so far. We have all 6 players in the mix. We'll have to see if anybody makes a big mistake. Now we do see that the Danish did fall a little bit faster, so they are slightly behind now, but they can keep the pace. They can get up as Jake Gray is right at the front. Solivagun is there as well. Solivagun trying to keep up as Kato only just misses it, but he has to slow down a little bit so he's not in the runnings anymore, and Solivagun takes a really close line, but maybe too close. It's all up to Jake Gray. If Jake Gray doesn't close it, if he doesn't get in front of anyone else, it's going to be the round. And Jussi finally gets the round he wanted, getting himself a 55.7, making it the first round go over to the Dutch.
First round going their way, first map going their way, and next up we're gonna have some full speed action, and this is a Danish pick. And just taking a quick look at the times between the two, right? We do see Jan van Spijk, for example, 77 plays with a 50-second time. We've got Jussi with a number 79, also a 50 time, right? So and all the other players, while they aren't as ranked as high, they can all drive, low 50s. They would definitely be able to drive some low 50s. So wouldn't be surprised if we see Jussi, if we see Jan van Spijk, and if we would see in this situation. Am I still looking at the right line? I'm probably not. No, I am at Stufts. So those are probably the 3 players that we could expect based on their times driven. And on the Danish side, this is their pick after all. And I mean, it makes sense with Mertz having driven a 49 as his PB, and at the same time, we've got Jake Gray and Solivagun who also are able to drive low 50s. So these most likely will be the 6 players that we can expect for this one, and it's going to be a fast one. 19, the only full speed track, proper full speed track in the campaign map. How do you feel about the track? What is your opinion on this? Are you a big fan of full speed, or are you like, man, 19, rather not?
Well, I had a bit of a weird start with the full speed community. I joined them by insulting them. I called them small brains, so I have to be a little bit nice to the people now. I'm pretty okay with Chroma now. Not for me. I'm not going to lie. Full speed isn't my thing. I can respect how it works. I respect how good you have to be at, speed slides to really get enough speed. For everybody who doesn't know, see the little lines coming behind people. If you keep them really close together at a certain degree, almost having them connected, you will get a little bit more speed than just normally driving. So that's the main thing to do with full speed. Here, you can see the Stuffs doing it. You're trying to get as much speed as possible, jumping through that grass to get a little bit more speed at the end. So not for me, I'd have to say, but it's still very impressive when people are there.
Definitely. I mean, I feel like full speed and ice, right? Those are very particular sort of players, right? They play those types. They just do that, right? It's might be a tech player, might be a dirt player, right? But there might be a bit more overlap because other players could also get pretty good on dirt and tech and whatnot just by playing. But ice and full speed tend to be these. These types of maps that you just have to focus on. Full speed, I feel, really being the one, knowing how to, build up all that speed, knowing how far you can push it. It's and at the same time reacting as fast as possible, because usually full speed tracks, you could say they're relatively straightforward in their design, right? You go left, you go right, you've got this wall ride and whatnot, and it's all these nuances. It's a very nuanced type of well, mode. It's not a mode, really. Style is the word that I'm looking for.
It's a style where you have to do I would say it's the easiest one to learn, the hardest one to execute. Trying to get really good at, the speed slide, it's so hard because you need to be pinpoint perfect to get these speed slides to give you as much speed as possible. But all these players are at the top of their field, so I'm expecting some really good speed slides coming out from them. As Juzzy for the Dutch has just been showing up as he is in first place right now. Does take a little bit of a slower line, so it is looking like Merch Jr. may take him over here. He does for just a split second, but it's looking like he doesn't want this to stay for long. But Merch, Jake Gray, and Sullivan are really showing up here, having first, third, and fourth. This is all they need to win this round, and this would be good from the Danish. They're able to take the first round for themselves. There isn't much left on this. Jake Van Spike has to do something to bring this up. Is he able to take over anyone? And it's not looking like it. It's looking like it is going to be a round from the Danish.
Around from the Danish, and a great attack from Jussi as well. Everybody going to the right at the end, and only Jussi going for the jump in between the trees allowed him to get into that first place there as well, as the skip was solid. It's quite easy to clip something there and lose some speed, and it's all gone. And when it comes to full speed, the one thing you don't want to lose is speed. It's all about gaining speed, creating speed, and maintaining that speed throughout the track. And I mean, that really came down to the second half, where we saw the Danish really build up a lot more speed than the Dutch were able to. And we'll see if that will be the case this time around once again, as we see Jussi in the lead, Stufts and Jan van Spijk in third and fourth for the Dutch, whereas Solveigans, Mertz are Solveigans is fighting along quite nicely, in fact, in first place, but Jake Gray and Mertz are just a bit too far behind, perhaps some issues happening on their side, whereas the Dutch are just having a great time driving through the grass, sliding their way forward, and while Solveigans is like, where are my teammates, what's going on? It's the Dutch who pick up numbers 2, 3, and 4, and some nice times coming in. Not the fastest that we're looking for and we'll expect, but regardless, it's enough for a round win for the Dutch.
Yeah, but a close round coming out there. It's looking like both teams really understand their full speed. It's looking like we're playing to both of their strengths. There's no ice. There's no technical tech. It's all
there's a little bit of ice. There's a little bit of ice.
Yeah, but but out of the match they played so
ice.
far, it's mostly just been about this full speed. Seeing how they're able to control their speed the whole way through the map. We do have Merch Jr. in first place. We haven't seen him at the front of the pack in quite a while. We have to see if he's able to keep this up. We do know how fast he is, but how fast can you really be when Juzzy is there? He's been the player for the Dutch who's been showing up as a player, does disappear into the background.
Gray, yeah.
Has a nice little bonk, nice little holiday away. Sullivan is trying to catch up to the front. He needs to try and do something, otherwise Merch Jr. has to get first place to give his team at all a chance of winning this. We do see that Juzzy is right behind him. Does he have enough pace to get in front? It's all about these speed slides. Who doesn't matter? It's looking like Juzzy may be doing it better, but Merch Jr. takes the quicker line. It's looking like Merch Jr. is going to come in first. Sullivan going in the third, and then is he going to finish sixth?
We do need a sixth finisher for no sixth finisher. Jake Ray, DNF'd, and because of that, it is a draw. Solveigans was able to get into third place there, and that normally would have been enough to just get a sixth place in. But with that, a draw to end round number 3. That was definitely one of those situations where maybe you rather wouldn't have DNF'd, but at the same time, these types of tracks, if you have a bad respawn, well, you're pretty much dead in the water, right? There is not a lot you can do because of the high speeds that you're going at, and if you crash into a checkpoint like that, there's no coming back, really. This track also, being 50 seconds long, while you do have this 15-second timer after the first finisher, it's definitely one of those tracks where draws can happen, and this was one of those situations. Right now, though, I don't think the Danish want to give away a draw just yet. Numbers 2, 3, and 4 all Danish. Stufts and Jan van Spijk playing from behind. It's going to come down to the ending, but with this space in between, and Mertz and Jake Gray all getting the skip quite nicely, it's still a Danish win. But what a time from Jussi as well. Very, very close to driving a 49. That was a PB. I was wondering as well. A PB for Jussi, but unfortunately not a round win. Congratulations to Jussi, and also sad news, Jussi.
Yeah, that must feel so bad, being able to get your personal best, beating everybody else on the map and just not getting the win. It was looking like the Dutch team just weren't feeling themselves that round, but Juzzy is really holding a candle, a light for this Dutch team. They really just have to help Juzzy carry this team to a victory. But Jake Gray, Son of a Guns have been doing so well from the side of the Danish team. They've been really trying to push themselves as hard as possible. As Mertz Jr. as well has been doing very well on this map. Mertz and Jake Gray are in first and second. This is all they need to win the round, but Juzzy is right behind them. Stuffs is trying to look for it, but makes a small mistake, meaning he's not going to be in this round. But look at Juzzy's speed. He's got so much on the rest of him as he is going for a long speed slide. Look at the pace coming out from him. He may be able to snipe someone, but he's just too far behind. That's going to be another win for the Danish.
Another win for the Danish. Just, I mean, Jan van Spijk coming in 4th place. It's a tough situation. I mean, Stubbs just flipped his way out on the checkman right there. A great time, Dale, still coming in from Mertz and Jaker, right? Definitely a deserved round win for the Danish, and looking good so far on their own map pick. But it's very clear that the Dutch have that speed; they can match it, and it's been really coming down to the wire, right? Just these small differences in between rounds, right? Just a turn not going as optimal as it could have been, allowing the other team to overtake. Jan van Spijk not having a great start, right? And you can see how this just escalates and snowballs. If you don't have that good start on a full speed track, that is pretty much doomed, right? There's no way you're going to get into top 3. At the same time, we do see Jussi and Stubbs, fortunately for the Dutch, in the lead. So if they are able to hold on to that, they could still eke out a win. Mertz and Sullivan Gans in hot pursuit. And Mertz does get in between. Jake Gray lagging a bit behind. In fact, lagging more behind than Jan van Spijk. So 1, 3, and 5 should be enough. But Stubbs getting more speed out of that speed slide. Sullivan Gans and Mertz will go for the skip, but it's not going to be enough. A 1-2 combination coming in from the Dutch to claw their way back into the match. But the Danish still lead 3-2. See, I was about to say German. See, this is what I mean. This is why.
Well, the Germans are going to be in the next match. I can understand. Right? You do have.
I'm already
Dutch.
thinking forward. I'm already, like 1 match ahead. You guys don't know, but I've seen the future. The Dutch are already going to face off against the Germans. All right, I've already guaranteed it. Any Danish supporters out there, I'm just gonna crush your dreams right now. I realize the match isn't even over yet. Deal with it.
Okay, hear me out, right? I will allow you to have that theory if I'm allowed the theory of England actually winning something.
No.
No? Okay. All right, then I can't agree with you. Then I'm full Danish. I have full belief that the Danish are going to be able to take this map. As much Junior Sullivan and even Jake Gray are right at the front. Juzzy, look at that speed though. He's trying his best to catch up, but he's just looking like these Danish players are just leagues above the rest right now. As Juzzy does smash his face into a wall. I mean, it's going to be 1, 2, and 3 from the side of the Danish. There is going to be a little bit of a jump from Jan van Spijk, but it's just not enough. It's looking like Danish are going to take another map for themselves.
Well, they do need 1 more round. We're not quite there yet. We're not quite there. But what a round, I will say, for the Danish, right? Great round, sticking together, all relatively close times in close to each other, 1/10 of a second. Just a great showing, and if you're picking into a map like this is what you should expect from your team as well, right? To be able to play as close to each other as they have during that round. So from this point on, it's all a matter of the Dutch having to fight their way back into this one, and they have shown potential throughout this one. But at the same time, it is definitely needed for the Danish to win this track and win this map, because otherwise they're going to be down 2-0, and that's definitely not a situation you want to find yourself in a best of 5. As of the score right now, it is Mertz Jr. trying to keep away Jussi and Jan van Spijk, while Jake Gray is trying to close into his teammate. We're getting closer and closer to the end, and it's going to have to be a crash for Jake Gray to overtake any of these players. And in fact, it's Mertz who trees his way right before the finish line, and Jussi Jan van Spijk shoot forward, 1st and 2nd place, 4th going to Stubbs. So that is going to be a round win for the Netherlands, but they're going to have to win 2 more if they want to counter this map pick from the Danish.
Pony, I will allow you to do one thing. Give a speech to your Dutch comrades.
Jongens, als jullie winnen, krijgen jullie lekkere gevulde koeken. Ja, dus gewoon lekker doorgassen. Jullie weten dat jullie het kunnen. En ik geloof in jullie. Gewoon lekker doorgassen. Hier, Jussi die vliegt al naar voren. Dus doen jullie dat ook? En we winnen gewoon. Klaar.
Okay,
that?
thank
How's
you
that?
for that. I have no idea what that meant. All I know is go, Dutch, go. So we're going to have to see if they're able to, really take the inspiration from Boney and show up. They are really kind of showing up right now, being at second and third place. But Sullivan Gun has so much speed on top of them, so we're going to have to see if he's able to catch up here. Jake Ray is going to be in that first place. It's looking like your magic hasn't been working as much as you want to. Sullivan Gun is trying to catch up to them, but he's just so far behind. I don't think it's possible. It's all on who's coming up on this 5th place. Is it going to be a Danish or a Dutch? It looks like the Danish are going to take it, and it's going to be their map.
Going to be in the map. It looks like I jinxed Jussie along the way. Oh, there's a safe finish? What? There's a finish there? What? I didn't even know there was a finish there. What do you mean there's a finish there? Who goes?
It's the thought that counts, right?
There's a finish there?
Wait, a Finnish player's there? Where?
No, there's like, apparently we're all going for the risky. What is that? What is that?
Who knows?
Well, sometimes you learn these things about these tracks. You assume there's one finish line, but psych, there's a finish hidden away behind this hill over there that no one goes for. Well, today we have all learned. I mean, if there is somebody who, obviously there was a finish there, I use it all the time, you're lying. All right, you're lying. I don't believe you. I do not believe you.
Yes, but it's 2-0 for the Danish team. What could really the Dutch do?
Oh, come on, man. We won 16. Don't discount us. Don't discount us.
No. I'm asking you, what can they do? Remember, you know these Dutch players more than me. You know the Dutch community more than me. What do you think they have to do to bring this back?
I mean, 21 is it's a bit of an odd one, right? There's a lot of water jumps going on and whatnot, and.
But think about it, right? Who is the lowest country in the world? Isn't it the Dutch? Or aren't they at water border? They should be fine with water.
I mean,
right?
the Netherlands, right? We live below sea level. That's what we do, right? But we do everything in our power to keep away water. So I'm not sure if that means that. I mean, to a certain extent, you could say that we've conquered water, right? Until somehow, global warming happens and we aren't able to live here anymore. But all these geopolitical issues aside, it could be a good sign. It could not be a good sign. Does look like Paardenvechter is going to come into the match. Not sure who he will be replacing, as Stifts also is training right now. We've got Sullivan Guns and Merritt's Jr. as well. Working their magic, trying to warm themselves up on these water slides, water drift. I don't know, what do you even call these? I mean, you're flying over water, you're gliding over water. Water gliding, yeah. There's a lot of water on this one. I guess water gliding is the best way to put that one. But there's also, you've got these dives into water with these resets to bounce yourself out. It's a bit of an odd track.
It feels like they're on holiday, They're going snorkeling, they're going water gliding. Yeah. They're really doing all of it.
It's a bit of a water park, yeah.
So maybe we'll call this the water park map. How do you feel about
water
that? Have a little bit of dirt, a little bit of track rally.
Nice day out. Water benders, I like it. Water benders. There you go. Some could argue that is the case.
Elements. That's master water, and water.
All the water. I mean, it's what we do around here, right? It's what we do. We have water all around us. We have water because technically I live 4 meters below sea level. I believe 4 meters. So
it's kind of scary, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I don't see the sea anywhere, so I'm good.
Yeah, but if a dam ever breaks, you're gone, man. Most Netherlands is just underwater, but we're going to have to see if they have, control to stay above the water. That's what the Netherlands are known for being under sea level, but, somehow staying above sea level. So we'll have to see if they're able to bring anything out the bag. As Sullivan Guns is having a good start on this map, having a bounce outside the water, looking like everybody has made it. Going to the next thing, Pradeep is right in the front as well. We'll have to see who's going to be the best on this map, because the first round really shows you who's feeling good about this map. It's looking like Sullivan Guns is the one who's feeling the best onto it as they finally get onto the grass section. As Pradeep is trying to catch up a little bit now, but it's looking like a lot of the Danish are doing quite well on this map, having first, third, and fourth. So we're going to have to see if they're able to keep this up. Here, the only person, Paardenvechter, from the side of the Dutch is able to keep up, as Kato is able to take over Pradeep, getting to the second and third place. Not bad at all from the side of the Danish. Sullivan Guns still in first place, keeping up a strong and consistent line as they finally get onto the water slide in. everybody seeming to be all right as one person just disappears, just flies off. Seemed like they didn't enjoy their holiday as everybody is about to finish. Solivagans, Kato, and Merch Jr. getting 1, 3, and 4, making it a win for the Danish.
I mean, it's important, right, when you're water skiing to make sure to hold on to that rope that is attached to the boat, because otherwise, yeah, you're gonna fly out. And that ending definitely is a tricky one, right? We'll see players bounce into the right side wall to make sure that they can have as much speed as possible, but you can easily fly out of there. And with a checkpoint in between, there is definitely some risky situations that could occur right there. As we get into the match, we do see it's become a bit of a 2v2 with Stiffs lagging behind, and we saw another one of the Danish players drive too far. I believe that was Kato, who was unable to manage his way out of the turn from the water. I mean, water definitely makes it kind of hard to turn around, if you will. Solivagans and Mertz holding on to that lead quite nicely, but we do see Pietif getting in between and in fact overtaking the 2 Danish players. So Solivagans isn't going to take this one lying down, getting into the water gliding section once again. We'll see will any of the players go too far out. We see an interesting bounce from Pietif, lining himself up with the checkpoint at the end of it all. And because of that, that is a 1-2 combination coming in from the Danish to win the round.
Pietif was trying to get into the end there, was sadly not able to make it, meaning that the Danish is really looking like it's going to be their map. Solivagans has been very consistent. Now, the thing with water is not a lot of people are used to it. It's one of the newer services to come into this map. So to be expected, there are going to be quite a variance in times. A lot of people just don't understand how water works too well just yet. But Solivagans, this man seems to understand how this is working. Pietif is in second place, but not anymore. Solivagans, Merch Jr. and Kato just understand this water to a T. It's looking like the Danish just understand water a bit more than the Dutch. As Stuffs does accidentally hit the wall down there, meaning that he is going to be out of it. As Merch Jr. does take the first place, it's looking like it's a full Danish sweep right now. First, second, and third. Remember, the Danish, they need to win this round if they want to get further ahead. Make sure that the Dutch don't win anything at all. Kato is going to be in first place. They're just swapping. They're like, oh, do you want to be in first place? Yeah, sure. What about you next round? Sure, yeah, I'll take first
exactly.
place. And that's how it's kind of feeling from the side of the Danish team, as they have such a lead on the rest of them. Pardon Vector is trying to do anything he can to catch up, hitting the wall as much as possible, almost falling out. He's able to fly himself to victory. Well, not even victory, at least finish.
At least finish. And look at those times between the Danish players as well, right? Just such little time separating all of them, you know, united as a team. We're all going to get in, you know, having a great time on the water, driving all these low 58s. Great times all around. Just having a great time. Great times in terms of rounds and great times in terms of how they're performing and how they're doing. On the other hand, the Dutch man, it's been a tough map so far. I mean, there's these moments, right? These potential situations where points could be gained, but right now, you know, once again, we're missing one of the Dutch players, and Stiffs and Pietif and Paardenvechter are playing from behind. Solivagans and Merch in the lead. Kato, unfortunately, not able to keep up with his teammates as he was in the previous round. But regardless, he can rely on that. Pietif hitting the wall there allows Kato to shoot into fourth place. Mertz now falls a little bit behind, but top 3 is still Danish dominated, and that's what you want if you want to pick up a round win. Solivagans just going to drive himself a nice #1 time, unless he crashes out of the water, but I highly doubt that's going to be the case. Paardenvechter, in fact, being the one who is unable to keep his wheels on the water, and because of that, it is a 1-2 for the Danish. Paardenvechter just completely misses the checkpoint. It's just not going well. Oh, wow, that was a nice 540 or 720. I don't know how he did that. That was impressive.
Hey, what can we say? It was quite wicked from Paardenvechter, but it just wasn't enough to get himself to the finish line. It's just looking like the Dutch team just doesn't know how to play this map. On the side of the Danish, is looking like they practice this at least a little bit, so it's not surprising that they are strong on this map. Now, remember with the ending, if you don't turn fast enough, you're just going to keep hitting that wall. If you hit that wall way too much, you're just going to completely fly out to Narnia. You're going to go to another country. You're outside of the water park at that point. So we're going to have to see if they're able to keep, you know, themselves inside the lines. You know how in theme parks are like, keep your hands inside? A bit like that.
Yeah.
try to make sure that everybody stays inside. Now, the people who've been doing quite well so far have been the Danish players. There's maybe a full sweep from them on this map. Nobody's able to keep up with them. Nobody's been able to really keep up with Sullivan, not even his teammates as well. He's been consistently almost first place every single round. Kato is going to get overtaken by Pedif. It's looking like Pedif is having a little bit of a better round. Seems like he's understanding the map a little bit more. But remember, does he know how to do the water? A lot of the Dutch haven't been able to understand the water. It's looking like he might be able to. Is he going to slide out? It's looking like he's going to slide out yet again. I'm going to have to see if he's able to do it second time. Come on, you got this. As he does get the checkpoint, is he going to try and keep it safe? And it's just not looking like the Dutch are understanding this ending.
It's 21 just definitely not going their way at all.
I feel so bad for him.
It's just like instant replay.
Boney, look away,
crash,
man.
Look
away.
I can't
It's
see.
okay.
I can't watch. Oh, okay. The pain's over. It's gone.
Okay. Forget about that map if you're Dutch, right? Just forget about the map.
Yeah, we haven't seen this one. Nothing happened, like, I don't know. I blink and you'll miss it. Denmark leads 2-1 because of that, whatever it was that happened. At this point, I already forgot. What do you mean something happened?
We'll call it that.
No, I didn't see anything happen. What's going to happen right now? We're going to go back to a map we've seen in the previous match. That time around was picked by the Danish, in fact, and now it's coming in as a random track. We're going to be playing on 12.
Now, the Danish did pick this last time, so we're going to have to see if they have a little bit more confidence coming back on this. You already played the map before. You had to play it yet again. You have had plenty of practice on this, so we're going to have to see if they're going to really come out strong through the gates, because remember, a lot of teams need a little bit of time to really get themselves into it, but I don't think that this team would have that.
No, I agree with you on that one. And I mean, the way it was going against Finland, right, for Denmark, the way they were dealing with 12, like the only thing that the Finnish had on them, right, on 12, both had exact same pace and whatnot, but the Danish were just a bit more consistent. And at the same time, Woofley was able to get these cuts, right? Woofley knows the cut. Woofley knows. If you know Woofley, you know Woofley knows cuts, all right? And we haven't seen those succeed for the Danish. So I'm curious to see, like how many of these players will go for the cut and how often it will work. Because I don't expect it to work all that often. And if it's just going to come down to raw pace, it's just, in my opinion, for the Dutch, very concerning that the random map that we're playing on is a map that the Danish are known to pick.
Yes, but take a look. One of your Dutch players was able to do it.
Okay,
I understand it. It's just a warm-up round, but, we have to respect that he was able to do it. If he's able to do it out of match, that means there's a possibility. See, look, all the Dutch are doing it.
No.
Wait.
He hit it. No, he hit it.
Exactly.
He actually hit it. Actually got up the finish line.
He did the crossbar challenge. That's what it felt like. But yeah, see, the Dutch are definitely practicing it, so hopefully we do get some wicked endings coming out. How is this not fun to cast when there's a wicked ending in this map?
True. I mean, that's what we're looking for. I mean, we didn't see it on, what was it? What was the one? The previous season, we had the ice track all indoor, and you had this long jump into the finish line. I think that was 13, but I don't quite remember.
You would know more than me at this point. I haven't played Trackmania for like 2 months.
Well, there you go. I mean, that was the winter season myself. That was one of those where, I mean, we didn't really see that happen, but it was quite a long jump and just a bit too much distance for players to really go for it. But this one, definitely reminds me in the sense of like, we're just jumping, right? We're just jumping and we're hoping we can shoot ourselves into the finish line. Stift's doing it once again, keeping the practice up for when it is necessary, because we have seen that the cut is, when successful, can get you, maybe 1, 2, 3 placements, depending on how close you are to the other players. As we do go live right now, the Dutch are trailing behind right now, with the Danish leading 2-1. They're going to need one more map win to win the match and move on to face Germany. So for now, the Dutch all or nothing. And with a start like that right now, it's not looking very good. The only player remaining for the Dutch right now, even close to the Danish, is Jan van Spijkel, Jake Ray, Kato, and Sullivan all take the lead on their way to get an ace. Maybe Jon will go for the skip. No, he doesn't. No, he's good. I don't know what happened to Stiffstar. I think he hit the checkpoint, so he's fine. Jussi is just going to do the skip because why not? And he gets it. He gets it quite nicely, but an ace regardless from the Danish, and they kick things off 1-0. They need 4 more rounds to move on to face Germany.
Yeah, it's just looking like the Dutch are falling apart. It's looking like whoever taught them how to fly just isn't able to make it happen in an actual match as they were able to, you know, make it happen, able to make at least a few things happen, but it just wasn't the first round for them. Remember, the Danish have had practice on this map, not just today, but the whole entire time. It's one of their stronger maps, so it's going to be hard for the Dutch to be able to win this, but there is always a chance. The Dutch are one of the stronger teams in this tournament, so I'm not surprised they're able to make a comeback here. Talking about comebacks, we finally see Jussi keeping up the speed. We know this player for. He's able to get himself into that first place position by just having slightly better lines than everyone else. Gun is right behind him. The 2 strongest players for both of their teams. The Janfer and Spike is right in there. Is anybody going to go for it? One person's gone for the wicked, and then Jake Gray, as it looks like he wasn't able to find the part or the place for him to get into first place. Now remember, 1, 2, and 3 does make it a win for the Dutch. This is what they needed.
This is definitely what they need right now. Every round counts. It's fighting, you know, from a downhill situation. 12. If they are able to keep this up right and find, you know, if they are a bit behind right, not having quite the pace, knowing that they can pull out the cut, that should be great. It's just unfortunate to see that early corner right there has allowed Jan to clip, but Jake Gray catches a lot of air, and I believe he hit the checkpoint right there. So we are left with a 2v2 at the moment with Jussi in the lead and Stiffs in third place. That should be good enough for the Dutch to pick up a round win, depending on what Solvagans and Kato will do right now. Will we have any cutters in chat? We'll see Solvagans go a bit to the side. He's going to go for it. He's going to try and overtake. He goes too high. He does not make it, so it's going to be a 1-2 combination with the Dutch taking the lead in the match 2-1.
Yeah, it's looking like they are showing up a bit more at the side of Dutch. You must be feeling good. You must have a lot more confidence.
We need this is necessary. All right, we're in a down situation, right? We're down 1 map, and it happens to be, you know, in a situation where any map that is dropped will mean elimination from the tournament. So anytime rounds are won in this manner, oh yeah, I'm feeling good.
Well, we're going to have to see if Jussi and the rest of the Dutch team is able to recreate what they did last round. It's not looking like it so far, as we do have Kato and Jake Gray in the 3rd and 4th position. The Dutch need to do a little bit more if they want to win this round. Here, Jussi is looking like he's doing it. Solvagans is still keeping up a good pace from the side of the Danish team. But who's left behind him? Jake Gray and Kato aren't that close behind him. So we'll have to see what is going to happen. Is anyone going to be going for the wicked? And it's looking like 2 players are going to do it.
Double
and that
Dutch,
is going to be a snipe
what
from the Dutch
amazing
team. What an incredible ending coming out from Jussi and stuff. They saw that they needed to get this wicked finish to get themselves the win of the round, and they were able to do it. It's looking like the Dutch are feeling themselves yet again. There's a good opportunity for them to come back after that.
What an insane attack. I mean, I was thinking it as well, right? The only way you're going to catch up in this situation is going for it. And I mean, it's hard enough, you know, and I'd say risky enough for 1 player to go and do it, but to have 2 players do it and succeed? My word, that is exactly what you're looking for, what you're hoping for. And this is what I was talking about, right? As long as you have the pace to keep up and at the same time you're able to pull off this cut in this manner, then yeah, you're going to win rounds. And right now, the Dutch have won 3 rounds of this one versus the Danish having picked up 1. Oh, and with Solvagans going quite wide, it's looking like an ace for the Dutch. They are in position to pick up this map right now. Yeah, Kato is not going to make it. He's just not Dutch enough, right? This talk of gevulde koeken that I mentioned just earlier. Oh, these, you know, like, you know, everybody, Team NL is like, oh yeah, no, I'm up for him. Unless somebody wants a roolse koek. If you want a roolse koek, no problem. We'll get you one of those as well. People are like, what is he even talking about? It's fine. Don't worry about it. You know, you wouldn't know if you ain't Dutch. It's fine. It's fine.
And it's going to be a 4-1 lead to the Dutch. They only have to win one more round to get through this. The wicked snipers just put the Danish in shambles. They really need to get themselves back into gear, get themselves back into the way they're feeling before. We do see one player from the Danish already fall, but remember, if you get first and second, you will still win the round. Solvegun is in first place, but Kato needs to do a little bit more, as it's just looking like the Danish just can't do anything after the big mistakes happening. After the big snipe happening from the side of the Dutch, they're able to make a comeback. They just need to make no big mistakes. They are going to win this round, not just the round, but the map. Look like the Danish are choking. We do see Kato. Is he able to find the snipe? And he just can't do it. And that's going to be a victory for the Dutch.
Oh, victory for the Dutch. It really looked like the moment they got that double cut, that was the moment where things just went sideways, right? Because the Danish were looking great in terms of pace in the earlier rounds, coming down to the wire, really. But the moment the cut happened, just shambles, just broken. I don't know, like, how are we even gonna do this? Like, these guys are just pulling out this cut, no problem whatsoever. How are we gonna deal with this? You know what? Just go next map. It's whatever. It's whatever.
For everybody, it's 2-2. This is going to be the last map. This is going to be the map to decide who is going to be facing Germany in the lower bracket finals.
This, it's a journey, right? It's a journey for both teams in this situation. You're gonna have to face off against Germany. If you do win against Germany, you then have to face off against England. If you don't win against England, you have to do it again. You have to do it again. Three matches are in their future then.
Don't get me to talk about England. I don't have to. No. It's England. They're gonna win.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Cool.
You know what? I have full confidence. Everything. I'm saying it with my chest. England's going to win. Okay.
You know what? For all the bias that I have and whatnot, I genuinely believe that England has a team that can win. They definitely have a team that can win. They've shown their skill, their potential, their ability to break this German team that has, up to facing England, only dropped a single map, right? They went 3-0 pretty much all the way throughout playoffs, and then England happened, and all of a sudden things just
absolute banger between Germany and England. We only have a minute left, but number 9 is going to decide who is going to get through. Is it going to be the Danish? Is it going to be the Dutch? We cannot tell. Who would you favor though, coming out that last match?
I'm thinking, Danish mental, levels right now, low. Mental levels are low. Like, what just happened to us? Maybe they'll, set aside like, 12, bit me, it's fine. We'll be fine. We're gonna get him on. We're gonna get him on 9. And just taking a quick look at rankings as well, right? We've got Sullivan and Jake Gray both top 10 times, right? That is very, very positive when you counteract that versus Netherlands with Jussi having a number 18 time with a 28 second, and then Stifts and Paardenvechter are in top 100, but you've got potential, you've got speed, but you've got to prove it, right? 9 is definitely one of those examples where corners are tight when you are utilizing as much space and trying to generate as much speed as possible. It's going to be a quick one, and with times that in the 28s, 29s, blink and you'll miss it.
Exactly. So we'll have to see. There is a lot of plastic on this map, which people aren't the most used to. But if you're able to do transitions, this is your map. We're going to have to see whose map it really is. We're going to have to see what player is going to be showing up for their team. Now, Sullivan is always going to be near the front of his team. But look, all 3 players are nearby him. Jake Gray is actually taking over right now between him and Herdenberg for first place. We're going to have to see who's going to be able to take over. We do see that a lot of players are nearby him as well. One person is out of it. Jake Gray, is he going to take it? Like, Jake Gray is going to be first. In 5th place is going to be taken from the Dutch.
Look at the time difference as well.
For the Dutch.
Oh, just 1/100th of a second that allowed Jake Gray to take the win on that round, but not the win for his team, as you just mentioned. But this says a lot about 9. I mean, 9 is definitely one of those tracks where you won't see a lot of mistakes, right? Maybe a jump will go wrong, but overall, the pace that these players are driving and how close they are to each other, that's pretty much what's going to be happening all the time. It's going to be a lot of these too close to call situations with players driving within hundreds, if not thousands of a second of each other. And right here, here right now. Once again, getting to the finish line. We'll see. We'll be able to get it. We've got Sullivan Guns and Jake Gray, so close to each other, right? These two teammates, just 0.05 of a second. But it is Jussie Stiffs and Paardenvechter who get in between, sandwich yourself into another round win. And what a round to win as well. So close.
Yeah, what a close round. Now, we really can't tell who's going to win this. This map is so short, being under 30 seconds. So we're going to have to see. You just have to try and play as hard as possible. Any mistake, any small mistake, you are going to be out of the running. Sullivan is near the front, but look at everybody else just right in front of him because he went for a slightly weird line, and he's going to be bonking out. I mean, there's going to be 3 Dutch. 1, 2, and 3. Look at this. All 3 of them players rushing themselves to the finish line. Are they going to be able to do it without any mistakes? It's looking like it. And the Dutch are coming out with fire.
True. Fire. Just thunderbolts and lightning. Very frightening indeed.
Mamma mia.
Mamma mia, indeed. We did see 2 Danish players along the way just crash into the same wall, in fact. And yeah, that just gave, just clear runnings and open roads for the Dutch, leading 3-0. And I mean, this could easily go back to becoming a 3-3. Again, close rounds, fast rounds. So we might be done in just a minute, or we might find ourselves in a round 9 situation. Right now, a lot better of a start for the Danish. Though Sullivan Guns goes quite wide, allowing the rest of the players to catch up. Jake Gray still in the lead with his teammates Mertz in 3rd place. Is he able to hold on to this? Paardenvechter and Stubbs are going for the attack, but if he's able to do so, then this will be a Danish victory, picking up their first round on 9.
Yes, what a round from the Danish. This is what they needed. They needed to get a victory to bring themselves back into the runnings. 1 and 3. Danish need to win 4 rounds to get through. The Dutch only need to win 2. So it's going to be anyone's to play for. The Danish are a little bit behind, but they were able to get a little bit of momentum to see if they can carry the momentum into the next round. Like I said, only 30-second map. Anyone can take it. Any person that's feeling themselves could really carry their team to the victory line, but it's looking like the Dutch are just so much stronger on this map. Sullivan got the only players for his team who's able to keep up. Mertz Jr. and Jake Gray are just too far behind. But it's not able to do anything, and it's looked like it's going to be another clean sweep from the Dutch.
Clean sweep from the Dutch. Only Sullivan Guns in between to get some top 3 points in, but it's not going to cut it. You need more players in that top 3 lineup, and it is match point for the Netherlands. Let's go. Kom op, Team NL. You got this. I am cheering. There are, 4 shots at it, right? 4 rounds for them to solidify their win and move on to face Germany. We'll see if they're able to make it happen. It's going to go by really quickly, but these lines from the Dutch are looking great. Jussie Stiffs able to keep themselves low in these turns, and only Jake Gray in between to try and stop these Dutch players from coming in, but no such thing will be happening. And it is the first time that the Netherlands will be in the top 3. And with this as well, they knock out the tscc Winter 2022 champions from the tournament.
The Danish were so close to winning. They were already up to 2 maps. All they had to do was win 4 more rounds to get themselves to the finals, but they just weren't able to do it. They just weren't able to beat the Dutch. So well played to everybody on the Netherlands side. Do you have anything to say to them, Boney?
Lekker bezig, jongens. Gewoon zo doorgaan. En voor je het weet hebben we gewonnen. Drinken we een biertje. Komt helemaal goed. No, I mean, now obviously in Dutch, a quick, pep talk. But yeah, no, I'm super stoked, super hyped, and happy to see the Dutch make it as far as they have. I mean, not every match has been as dominating, right, as you might want. There have been some close calls along the way, but at the end of it all, right, they've shown that they are able to win more than their opponent and therefore move on to, rounds. And right now it's been it's paying off, right? Best result that they've shown throughout the tscc, and a guaranteed 3rd place. And Germany is not going to be an easy one, right? It's definitely a tough opponent to face, but that is to be expected when you're fighting through this gauntlet that they find themselves in. They're going to have to win against Germany, and if they do, then they have to beat England twice to become champion. But I don't think Germany nor England is just going to give that away. These are going to be some hard-fought matches coming right up. What do you think when it comes to Netherlands, Germany happening in just a little bit? What are your expectations?
Well, Netherlands versus Germany, we know that Germany has been a consistent threat. All through tscc, I don't think there's been any any time they haven't at least got to the semi-finals. So they're definitely going to be an infamous opponent. They went 3-2. They only just lost to the English side. So I'd really have to say that the Germans are probably going to be the one to win the next map if they're feeling themselves.
I right now, while I do agree, I am too much on a high to even actually agree with you. No,
yeah, you're just so happy that the Dutch have made it this far. That's how I feel about the English.
I am super hyped. I mean, I already said from the get-go that the Dutch team is looking like a great lineup. But I, from a objective point of view, wouldn't expect them to win the tournament. But the further they get in, the more I get hyped up and the more I believe in them actually doing it. I knew that they would make it far, right? That was never a question in my head. But to win the tournament, be in this position, just 2 more matches remain for them to get here. But still Germany, they still have been showing themselves to be a team not to be trifled with. Only the team in the grand finals in England being the one to have been on their level. So we'll see how that goes. For now, let's take a short little break. We'll discuss the upcoming match, Netherlands versus Germany, when we do get to that. But for now, take it easy, get yourself something to drink, and we'll catch you in just a little bit.
In a sec.
Ui! Nice! Nice!
Sieltä lähti.
Kova! Juu, veti.
To the floor grasses, Bab Supply fights off Epos for the moment, but behind him, Davino and Bosbez are holding it off just fine. It's going to be a... no! They lost! They lost the round!
Epos!
Okay, well, we have to hope that for some reason Pika and Pereira here are gonna be dumb and go risky. Yep, exactly like that. And Kato gets it, and he actually snipes Pika as well. Oh my god. So that's a 1-3. GG. I mean, we need Solly to finish first, but you know. Solly? Wait, what's happening? No! Ah, dude, this map! Oh my god. What's happening? 21 things, oh my.
Definitely got the speed, and let's see if he's got the consistency to go along with it. Birdie is in second alongside him. Hansi and Murray are trying to keep up, but Hansi a little too far behind with a mistake, and here comes the Neo slide, and that's a mistake out of everyone, but Murray just makes the mistake harder than everyone else, and so Hansi has a chance to come in second, but that is the yep tree, and we see ourselves Hot Swap, Birdie, and Dank, the ace. Probably the dankest ace out of Beerland off of the start here. That is how you want to start 24, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, did you see that finish from Hansi, though? Just turtling his way over it. I mean, you gotta respect that. You gotta respect. For example, that has been causing these players to lose some speed, but at the same time, they're doing a fantastic job right now of attacking it, each and every one of them. Leading to this close one for first place. We see Epos and Dank fighting for first. We see Idolist in third place. And it's a fight between him and Birdie. Ooh! Birdie and Hot Swat actually overtake Idolist as Idolist hits the finish line, right?
And right now, they're behind by a 10.5 on Giuliano. Look at this time here being brewed by Giuliano. Look at how far ahead he is. He's got so much overspeed on everyone else. Look at the speed he's bringing as he hits into the wall. He brought in way too much speed. He had so much speed that he hit into the wall. So now Idols and Bosbez need to keep it together here. Can they get in front of Amaterasu? It would be very crucial. They can't. And New Prime. Oh, New Prime snipes Idol. Oh no. Is it over? Is it over? As Giuliano, yes, he brings us to map 14. Oh, I didn't even see New Prime coming in through. What a snipe by him.
Welcome everybody to the tscc. This isn't no normal match. Remember, we are in the finals. It isn't the grand finals yet. We still have England to see. I can't wait for that. But before we have that, we have two infamous teams. We have Germany versus the Dutch. But I can't be just the only person cast this. I have a beautiful man with me. Boney, care to introduce yourself again?
Hello, it's me. I'm Boney. I am a Dutch caster, very, very biased. Do not expect me to cheer for the Germans at all. Welcome, guys. Hope you're all doing well now.
It should be a very exciting match, shouldn't it? Both these teams are two of the strongest teams that we've had. They are already second and third place minimum. So we're going to have to see what is going to happen as we are about to get to pick and ban shortly.
Yeah, and I am wondering if 16, I mean, there was already some chatter in chat about 16. Yesterday, Germany picked 16 against England. We just saw the Netherlands pick 16 against Denmark. So I'm curious to see if either of them dares to ban it, because otherwise, I mean, it's probably going to get picked. That's my, like one of the predictions that I could see when it comes to maps being played. I wouldn't be surprised if, the Dutch once again will ban a ice map, as they have been doing. But yeah, other than that, we'll see what happens. As we see right now, Germany has banned 11.
Now, talking about the Dutch, they've really had a hard time trying to get it. They had to go through the Irish, then they had to go through the Danish as well. That's the one benefit they do have of playing all day. You can take it two ways. One, you're a little bit exhausted, so you may not be playing at your best. Or two, you've warmed up so much that you're in the zone where the Danish could come out running against the Germans.
Ooh, 20 being the pick. Interesting to see. So 14, definitely an expected ban from the Netherlands, right? Again, they're trying to avoid, especially 14, just not in their favor. Last time they didn't decide to go for 18, but picking 20 as their map this time around, treading the dirt holes, if you we will. And 20 definitely has been one where we've seen players kind of drop like flies on that one. Ooh, but an interesting pick coming in from the Germans in 18. We're getting ice in, and I am positive that the Dutch are not going to be happy about that. But that does mean that 16 wasn't explicitly picked, but also not banned. So we'll see what the random gods will give us.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But we have to talk about just the power of Germany. This is a team where you expect them to be strong at almost anything you throw their way. Now, from the side of the Dutch, we know how much they dislike this ice. So picking it is trying to counter how the Dutch really play. Because if they don't know how to play the type of map, that should be an easy win for the Germans.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if exhaustion will start to play a role into all of this, right? 2 matches back to back, and long matches at that as well, right? It's not been an easy road, playing 3-2 against Ireland, playing 3-2 against Denmark. Now you're facing off against Germany, who's pretty fresh, right? They're coming into this, and hopefully, we haven't been driving all these long tracks, and hopefully, mentally we'll be prepared, we'll be good. We do see random maps coming in. 16, despite not being picked nor banned, still manages to make its way into the map pool for this one. Following that up with 22 and 23. So we're staying high in numbers, and more ice will be coming up. So in terms of maps, a tough one. Maybe exhaustion is going to play a role. Germany, in these, I would say, with these factors playing a role, could have the upper hand, but who knows? Maybe it's just the Dutch right now. They're starting to get into their own. The engine is roaring, and it's all they're all good. They're all gravy, and they could go on for another 5, 6, 7, 8 matches like these.
Yeah, but there's a few things I did want to talk about the German team, because, we've seen the Dutch team all of today. We've had to see a lot of the players. We've really understood who they are as people. Now, I want to come in and say a few things about the German team. So first of all, I have to insult Ammer. That's it. That's it for Ammer. Okay.
Cool.
Now, for the rest of them, there is some interesting thing. Apparently, Juliana and Lorenzus are brothers. So there's 2 brothers playing for the German team. To be interested to see how those two have a little bit more synergy on the map. I'm not sure if you can really have too much synergy in Trackmania, but we'll have to see. Hopefully the communication is is there. Except for that, apparently, New Prime has been the MVP for the German side. So we'll have to really take a look and see if he's able to pick it up again in the second day of the tournament.
Yeah, it's this German team, right? Germany has won tscc before, including some of these players, right? Julian Lorenzius, New Prime have been players that have come around a lot as well. Amaterasu, same deal. Like Vionics, for example, is one of the players that we do not have in the lineup this time around. But we do have Ratchet, right? Who is also an amazing player who's been doing amazing stuff, right? I'd say in terms of the German team, there isn't necessarily an MVP, right? Like one player you could point at and be like, yeah, they're the one who are always doing it. They just have a lot of potential, right? A lot of skill within the team itself, and there's always somebody who is able to take the lead and take the charge in a match. And it's been giving them a lot of map wins, right? And allowing them to have these dominating victories that they've had so far. But despite all that, right? They are looking to find their way into a rematch against England.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how they do, as we are going to be starting on map 20. We're about to get into it. We saw how strong Juzzy was on these full speed maps from the side of the Dutch teams. We're going to have to see if he's able to, bring it out again. On side, they're maybe not full speed oriented, so we're going to have to see as we finally do get started. We'll see how strong the Germans are going to be coming out the gate. It's looking like they do seem pretty strong. Ratchet EU is doing pretty well. He's in first place, but Juzzy hasn't kept this for long. Team like Juzzy is able to play on other maps that aren't on the full speed oriented side. But we do have Julian and Prime and Ratchet on the side of the German team. They've decided to bring out these three players for the first map, as we do have a long slide with the dirt. It's looking like Juzzy has come out in first place. Team like the Dutch are enjoying themselves on this map. As they go into the next jump, it's looking like a lot of people just didn't have enough speed, only keeping three players at the front of the pack. New Prime, Juzzy, and Harden Factor were the only three people to get through it. They come into a big dirt slide, but everybody is able to make it decently, going through these slow, small edges to finish it off. It's looking like Juzzy is going to take first place, but having a 1, 3, and 4, it's looking like the Dutch are going to get first.
Getting their first round win on their map pick. Definitely a good way to kick things off. This track in particular, right, it's all dirt all the time. And heading towards those few jumps where we saw a couple of these players fall off is very, very important to have as much speed as possible throughout that long third turn. And at the same time, we saw that happening to Piotr. He slightly hit the sand, right, the penalty sand, and that caused him to not have quite enough speed to make it over that hill. So it's quite punishing if you are not able to maintain the speed that you are expected to. And I wouldn't be surprised if that is the place where we'll see more players. So as we get to this corner once again, we'll see anybody hitting the wall, Ratchet being the one doing it, everybody getting quite close to it, but unfortunately just a little too close in the case of Ratchet. But Piotr hits one of the trees, and we're left with a 2v2 at the front. Jussi and Paardenvechter on numbers 1 and 4, with New Prime and Giuliano on numbers 2 and 3. But Giuliano goes quite wide. He loses his footing. Paardenvechter able to take advantage of this and finds his way into third place, but Giuliano still remains close, lurking for a mistake. The mistake comes in from Jussi, and New Prime picks up the number 1. 2 and 3 go to Paardenvechter. Piotr is going to come down to 5, and it is Ratchet barely eking out the number 5 and a German win. That really came down to it.
Looks like the Germans have finally clawed their way back, making it 1-1 apiece, meaning that both teams need 4 rounds to get through. Team like Germans needed 1 round to get themselves calibrated towards this map. Look like they are looking strong. Juzzy really has to be showing up again for the Dutch side if they want any chance of beating the Germans. Germans do have the first and second spot right now. Paardenvechter isn't keeping this for long, but all German players do know their dirt quite well, so we'll have to see if the Dutch are able to do anything against them. No Prime TM is in first place still. We do see Ratchet and Piotr fighting for this last place position. Piotr does have a nicer line on the dirt, but Ratchet got there faster, so there's so much speed. But it's looking like Piotr is going to take over 2 of the Germans, and it's all for Dutch to lose it. It's looking like Buddy just has enough speed for this. Does look like Juzzy does fall far behind, meaning Paardenvechter and Piotr are the only 2 Dutch players to still be in this, as Ratchet EU is trying his best to get into this map. No Prime is so far ahead of everyone as we come into the final few corners. Is anyone going to be making any upsets? As it's not looking like it, and it's looking like it's going to be a Dutch win.
Well, actually,
Is it a Dutch win or is it a
no?
German?
Because of the map. Because Ratchet was able to. He was in 4th place right before the sand turns, but he was able to eke his way into 3rd place. That narrowly got them enough points to get in. It was a close one though. You can really see that. Again, these 2 dirt jumps, right? That's where we lose a few players, but we're still keeping like 4 of them, 3 or 4 of them, pretty much all of the time, relatively close to each other. And it's been like these placements, like just a few hundredths of a second separating these to eke out wins on either side. Ooh, Giuliano goes a bit too far on the right, but we see a crash from Piedef as well. So once again, a 2v2. We'll see how these players manage throughout the jump part of Vechter and Jussi. Currently in 1st and 2nd place, Giuliano lagging behind. Ratchet and New Prime gonna have to keep it together for the German spot, but New Prime having issues through those jumps. Only Ratchet remains to try and damper the results from the Dutch, but even then, where's the rest of the team? You need the rest of the team. The only thing that could really help them out is getting 1st place and holding on to 4 and 5 for the Germans, but our Paardenvechter and Jussi gonna give that away just like that. No sirree. Instead, Paardenvechter driving a 57, low 57, good stuff to pick up points. And I mean, these players, right, just in terms of the skill that we can expect, pretty much, most of them, separating 1, are in top 50. Driving, as I would expect, you got to be driving top 50 times if you intend to get into top 3 in these rounds.
Yeah, that's the difficulty because of how strong all these players are. You really have to push everything to your limits. As we get into this round right now, we do see that everybody, really the jumps is the part where everybody is making the big mistakes because of how hard you have to push to just get enough speed for it. A lot of people just lose a gear here or there because that's the most important part on dirt, is to not lose your gears as much as possible. Because if you lose a gear, you're just not able to keep up with anyone because you just don't have the amount of speed you need. But it's looking like everybody in the front pack has enough speed coming up onto these jumps. The second one's the hardest one. Ratchet EU is only just able to keep up as Giuliano and New Prime are right in the front. They have to keep going. They have to be in 1st and 2nd. They want Germany to win this round. But Jussi and Piedef are right on their tails. Jussi has almost taken over 1. Is he going to stop New Prime? And it's not looking like it as German take their 3rd victory on this map.
It's definitely just close racing all around, right? We're talking tens, if not hundredths of a second between these players. And it's a great back and forth going on right now. But unfortunately not in favor of the Dutch. Again, this is their map pick, right? They picked into this. And 3-2, being behind in that score isn't the worst thing in the world, right? There's still room to gain some points, but it's not a situation you want to find yourself in, right? Especially if it's your pick and you're having to fight for a win as much as they have been doing so far. But it's to be expected, right? From the Germans, right? There's a reason why they found themselves in winners finals. There's a reason why they are the final boss of the losers bracket. These are just great players all around. And they will give any team that would have made his way into here a run for their money. In this case, that is going to be the Dutch, though. That doesn't mean we can count them out just yet. Jussi, Paardenvechter, and Piedef remain at the front alongside Giuliano and Ratchet. And with 1-4-5, that should be good enough. Jussi needs to hold on to his 1st place to be able to nab out a round win. And Paardenvechter actually shoots his way forward into 3rd place, overtaking Ratchet, and a round win for the Dutch. 3-3. This is a back and forth and could go either way the way this is going. Look at these times as well. Everybody just solid.
Everybody's
driving.
been putting in the hours on this map. You can just tell everybody getting a 57 with only 1 player making a few too many mistakes, getting up to that 1 minute mark. This is really what happens. One small mistake, you're just completely out of it. That's just how strong all of these players are. So we're going to have to see if anybody is able to push slightly harder than the others. Is able to get anything over the rest of them. It's looking like Jussi hasn't been the winner of that battle. He is in 1st place, but this is a 4-minute map. This is a lot about the consistency aspect of dirt driving. If you're consistent on this map, you'll most likely be near the front. And it's looking like Jussi does make a small mistake there. New Prime will take over that 1st place. Paardenvechter is the only Dutch player who's still in contention with Piedef just behind him. Ratchet EU is in third place, trying to catch up to the first 2, but talking about catching up, Peter has done just that, trying to catch his pack up to Swedish EU, but he just doesn't have enough in the tank. He doesn't have enough to push forward. He does have a little bit more speed. Talking about speed, definitely has it, but he's just not able to do much more. He can't get up to that second place. And from the map, it depends on who's going to be getting this 5th place, and it's looking like it's going to be over to the side of the Germans yet again.
Look at the time from New Prime, by the way, a 56.7. What do you mean a 56.7? That's ridiculous. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah, that's a bit insane.
I mean, and the craziest part, right? It's not even a PB. His PB is a 56.5. That's some way to win a round for your team. And right now, though, it does mean that Germany is positioned to win the map. They just need to pick up one more round, and they take this map picked by the Dutch away from them. So it's all about consistency right now. Giuliano, unfortunately, not having the most consistent rounds yet. He is also a great player on this track, but just not really in the top 3 times so far. So it is a 2v3 in favor of the Dutch, with Paardenvechter taking the lead. Jussi and Peter for number 4 and 5 would be good enough to pick up the round if this is the way it's going to go. New Prime loses a bit of speed there. Jussi decides to grind for both places we go. It's going to come down to it. Paardenvechter, Peter, number 1 and 3. If they manage to hold on to this, we are moving on to a round number 9.
So it's really going to come down who's able to take this round. Remember, it's first to 5. So we're going to have to see who's going to be taking this next round. 4 points to the Germans, 4 to the Netherlands. This is going to be the last round to decide who will take this map. Who is going to be getting the first point on the board? They go through the first round. It's looking like everybody is able to keep up with each other. One person's made a mistake, but he's able to keep up, taking a little bit too much dirt. Now, this does mean that he mostly likely is out of contention because of how strong all of these players are on this map. Jussi is in first place right now. It's looking good for the Dutch. But remember, we have Giuliano right behind him as New Prime makes a big mistake. Seems like he is going to be Alpha, but Ratchet EU has been catching up, though. He might be able to catch himself up to the pack. Tried to take over Peter, but it's not looking good for him. And this is looking incredible for the Dutch. Having first, second, and 4th place. They keep these positions. The Dutch will be able to secure the first point. It's up to Giuliano. Is he able to make anything happen? Even if he does, someone else in his team has to do something as well. But look at the pace coming out from the Dutch. Look at how strong this team is looking, as they are going to take the map away from the Germans.
Let's go. And with an ace as well to close it out. Paardenvechter driving a sub 57 time. I mean, what more could you ask for as a Dutch supporter? They lead the match 1-0. This was their map pick, so you know it's to be expected that you will win your own map pick. But what a hard-fought battle on both sides. Like, none of them wanted to give away an inch, and this was a match of inches, centimeters, millimeters. I don't know. Maybe there was like some atom distances between the two. Probably not, actually. But with that, we do go on to a map that I don't expect the Dutch to do well on because of their behavior in picks and bans. We're going to move on to 18, and they've banned that map quite a bit.
Now, the reason they have banned the maps such as 18 is because ice. Yep. Apparently, the Dutch are not the biggest fans of ice. So, to be expected, the Dutch may not be too good on this, as we do see Peter fall out a little bit in the warm-up round, but we'll have to see if he's able to be a little bit stronger in the other rounds to this. Now, the thing is, with ice, if you slide up, there's no way you are getting anywhere near the end of this map, because this map has a lot of small intricacies you need to do with this ice. If your ice slide is slightly off, you're just completely out.
I do wonder. I mean, New Prime is sliding by it right now, but there's no way that these players will go for this cut. But there is a water bounce across the ice section right there to gain some time. But it's not to be expected. With 12, we can expect stuff like that because it is at the end of the track. There is room to do that, and if it goes wrong, you know, we tried. 18? No, there is no way anyone is going to go for that water bounce. And if somebody does, it will be ludicrous. Simply ludicrous.
It is looking like both teams have decided to swap out some of their players. It's looking from the German side, they have put in Lorenzus. Seems like they're putting in some of their stronger ice players for this match from the German side. Now, from the Dutch side as well, Jan van Speed is back as well. Did I say his name correct or not?
It's Spike.
Spike?
Yes.
Okay.
Like a spike. I think that's the best way I could. Yeah. Because we have a so-called thing called a lange ei, which is I and a J. That's what we call a lange ei.
Well, we're learning more today, but it's looking like
go.
he is coming in. Same with Stuffed as well. Looking like everybody's bringing in that ice players. Now, if you were part of a team, would you try and make your sixth man just a really good, consistent ice player? So whenever you come on a map like this, hopefully it can carry you to a victory.
I mean, I'm just holding my heart right now for the Dutch. That's what's coming down to it. It's nice to see on the spike come in, but there's a reason that Germans are picking into this track, and I'm expecting some. I don't expect the match to be as close as it was in the previous one. I mean, right now we're getting into it, so let's see if my predictions are correct. As we do have Giuliano, Lorenzius, and New Prime for the Dutch. We have Pietef, Stuffs, and Jan van Spijk driving for the Dutch. Again, nobody's going to go for this bounce, so I'm not going to even look at it. But with Stuff sliding out and the Germans currently taking the lead, there is not a lot of room to catch up. There's a few ice slides remaining, but Pietef behind by about a second. Giuliano and Renzius look quite comfortable. We'll see if any of the players will slide out. No slides out whatsoever. And Pietef is able to overtake two of the German players. And actually, Jan van Spijk comes in as well, but they need the rest of their team. 2 and 3 is good, but they needed a number 5 there as well. And unfortunately, it is New Prime and Lorenzius who come in numbers 4 and 5. So it is a German victory, but also because of some mistakes happening on the German side. I mean, ice at the end of the day is punishing, and it's I think it's going to be more punishing for the Dutch.
Yeah, but the Dutch did do well. They were very close to getting themselves a victory there. They were only 1 point off getting the first round for themselves. We'll have to see if the Dutch is able to do anything more on this. If they're able to not slide out, New Prime going very close to that edge, was just able to keep on it. And it's going to be a 1, 2, 3 from the side of the Germans. Just look at this. This is just a pure masterclass on how you do ice from these 3 players. Look like none of those 3 are going to be sliding out, but Pietef is close towards them. Pietef may be able to make a big comeback here, maybe make something happen for this Dutch side. Just look at the speed. A small bonk coming out there is not what you want to see. But look at this, looking like Lorenzo is having a little bit of a mistake there, allowing Pietef to catch up. But he's not in a good position for this compared to the other 2 Germans. Is he able to catch up? Is he able to do anything? Lorenzo does make a big mistake, but first and second for the Germans mean that they are going to win the match.
They pick up another round of their own. It's but this is I think for most people this is to be expected. Some crazy things would have to happen, and it's starting to look like a matter of pace, right? I think pace is the thing to be said. Usually it can come down to either consistency when paces are similar, and it's all about whether or not more players make mistakes. But it could easily be pace, and right now the Germans are simply outpacing the Dutch. You can see it from these few couple of ice slides initially already, how they shoot themselves forward into first, second, and third place pretty much all the time. This time around, though, Pietef pretty much the only one who's been able to contest these top 3 times from the Germans, but it's still hard fought, and he needs the rest of his team with him. Stubbs and Jan van Spijk this time around a lot closer than they were during the previous rounds, but you can still see the Germans just picking up more speed, more momentum, higher pace. Jan van Spijk does come in to reinforce Stubbs, and we'll see if that will be enough. Stubbs comes in second place, Jan van Spijk in third, and actually Pietef in 5th place. Lorenzius nowhere to be found, and it is a Dutch win. They pick up a round against the German pick on 18.
Yeah, Dutch needed that momentum. They needed to try and get around early on so they can start, starting up these gears, starting up the engine, getting themselves into a good position for this whole entire match. But Stuffs at the end had some incredible time. He was really catching up to everybody on that map, making up to around about half a second on the later end of the map. It looks like Pietef is going to be in first place. The first time we've seen a German at all near the start have a lead. It has been taken over by the 3 Germans right now, so it's not looking like the Dutch are having the best time on this map. Lorenzo is in first. Pietef is trying to fight for this second place. He's just not able to catch up. But no, Prime has gone a little bit far out. Edith has finally taken that second place back. He wants to get back to that first, but I'm not sure if that's even possible. Lorenzus is so strong on this side. There's a reason he was subbed into this map. Jan van Spijk is trying anything he can to get any more pace onto these Germans, and it's looking like he's able to do it. Two of the Dutch are coming in fast. They're coming in like they know what they're doing, and that's going to be sniped from the German players. I mean, it's going to be another victory for them.
Another victory for them. Laurentius just sliding his way through the trees right there. That was an amazing attack on his end. And definitely needed Laurentius not having the best of times so far, and to be able to then come in and pick up a second place for his team and securing the victory definitely was necessary, because it's starting to look like, looking at the way the matches is going, it's been the first half of the track in favor of the Germans, and then the second half they start wobbling a bit, right? They start becoming a little bit less ice secure, a little less, stable than that first half, and they've been using that first half to springboard themselves forward as much as possible, so that the second half doesn't hurt as much. Though, just now, right, the attack from Laurentius is a good example of how you can secure that win in the second half. Right now, though, none of the Dutch players really anywhere close to really contest this German win. So another round goes to the Germans, and they are in position to pick up their first map of the match.
Yeah, it's looking very good from the German side. They only need one more round, like you said before. So we're going to have to see if Germany is able to do it. It's going to go 1-1 apiece if they do win this map. That's a 59.
49 even.
That's very impressive when the best is around about a 50 most of the time. Bidistas and Jan van Spijk need to really do something to bring themselves into this match. But what can you really do on ice against these German players who have practiced it so much? There's a reason they picked this map. Giuliano is going to be miles ahead of anyone else.
Stiff.
As it does look like Stuffs has a big mistake, and this is not what you want when this is.
He's going for the skip. This is it.
Matters. Is this the skip?
This is the skip. He's trying it.
Well, it's
I love
like
the effort. A for effort.
Because of making the mistake at the start, it meaning the Stuff needed to try something, but it just wasn't enough. It's looking like it might even be a clean sweep from the side of the Germans. 1, 2, and 3 is at their name right now. Jan van Spijk able to take over anyone at the end. It's not looking like it's going to be a clean ace to secure the point for the Germans.
Yeah, definitely not as hard fought as 20 was. But again, right, this is to be expected looking at the behavior in terms of picks and bans from Team NL. So a win does go to Germany. They tie up the score 1-1, and we will be moving on to a map that both teams have picked in the past and have been playing on pretty dang well. It's 16. I'm hyped for this one. Honestly, I think this is the map that's gonna decide a lot. I mean, we've got 22 coming up after this, and then following that 23. And I mean, it's 22. I think is definitely one of those maps where the Dutch will be the underdog. So they're gonna have to take 16 to stay alive in this match, and hopefully. Like if they pick up 22, that's going to be great. But otherwise, they're going to have to rely on 23 and its grassy hills.
Well, we're going to have to see if they're able to achieve this. Now, 1 minute 40. Do you feel like the Dutch have a good chance of winning this whole thing?
I mean, the way they were driving on 16, what we saw against Denmark, the times that they had, if they are able to just, keep their mind on that, making sure they have the pace, and don't worry too much about what the German team is doing, I think they definitely have a good shot at taking this map, and if they do, then I definitely would favor them in the match. If they do not, then I think it's all but lights out, because they'd have to pull off a miracle on 22 in that situation.
Well, we'll have to see. If most likely the underdogs of the Dutch are able to take this map, this is going to be a big part for them. They're able to take this map, they're able to lose 16, like you said. I mean that they will have a lot better of a chance in the last final 5th map. With around about 50 seconds left, the loop's the best part of the maps, I swear. The loop's just way too fun to watch.
Loops are fun. That's what attracted me to Trackmania at the start. What do you mean? This is a racing game where you drive in loops? Oh, that's cool, right? I mean,
it's an arcade racer, actually.
Yeah. Who doesn't like that? I mean, I'm positive there are plenty of people who got into Trackmania. I mean, whether that was Nations Forever, like maybe one of the GameCube games or whatnot, right? Back in those days, you get a racing game where you drive fast to get into loops, and you can create your own tracks to drive fast and drive in loops. Like who doesn't? Who doesn't want that? I mean, that's what got me into it, and look at me, I'm still playing.
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't agree with you more. Would you care to take the first round? Give some of your Dutch people some hype.
I will indeed. I mean, obviously, best of luck to my Dutch compatriots, companions. Jullie kunnen het. Op 16, ik geloof erin. Als jullie deze pakken, dan winnen wij deze en gaan we door richting Engeland. En die winnen we dan gewoon. So definitely no BM about England there and all of that. Don't worry about it, Zapdos. Instead, let's focus on the match itself right now and look at how these Dutch players are about to shine and trounce these German players who are trying to, win a match or something. I don't know. What has happened in actuality at the moment, we see Jussi Amaterasu, New Prime, Ratchet, Piedif, and I haven't seen the 6th player. I want to say that was Stuffed, driving very, very fast. Like everybody relatively close to each other. No major mistakes happening so far, but the German players quite close to each other. We'll see how the speed is out of this one turn. This usually is a make or break situation when it comes to this track, and it does look like the Germans have the upper hand in this one. A lot of speed coming in. We do see a crash happening from Ratchet, but it's not going to stop the Germans from winning this one with 2, 4, and 5 going to the Dutch. The Germans just need a number 6, and Ratchet will deliver in that first round going to Germany.
Yeah, it's looking like the Germans are really coming out strong here. It may have been a close round, but getting the first round usually means that you're feeling yourself a bit more, meaning you can usually do it again.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's I mean, again, right? These are teams they both picked into 16. So these rounds like this, as close as they are, I mean, the only reason not all the players were driving 56s was just because of that ending, right? It's a lot of speed, and it's quite easy in that last turn to clip the wall.
Yeah, it's looking like Amma has come in from the German side, bringing in one of the players who has been practicing a lot of the full speed recently, so it's no surprise that he is here. We'll have to see if he's able to keep up with the rest of them. It's looking like he's doing quite well. A few people taking over him, having a slightly worse line than Ratchet and Piedif, but we'll have to see if anything's going to happen. But it's looking really good from the Dutch team right now, having first and third place. All they have to do is beat No Prime, and then they will be able to get a victory. No Prime has sniped and taken over first place. It's all up to Jussi if he can take over this as they get right into the end. And is he able to do it? Not looking like. It's looking like No Prime and Ratchet are going to take it from the German side.
Yeah, that was a great round as well. Look at the times between the two players. 55.9 for New Prime and Jussi. I mean, it's all close times for that one. It really goes to show how good these players are on this track. And I mean, these are the rounds that we can expect. Sure, Germany is leading 2-0, but the way this is going, I wouldn't be surprised if it turns into a 2-2, maybe a 4-2, and then a 4-4, right? This one can go all the way. And I definitely do hope so, because again, Dutch players are going to need a win on this one. They do not want to have to rely on 22 to take home the win. So for now, I think this is the one to focus on. Everybody doing an amazing job right now throughout the jump, but it does look like Piedif is trailing a little bit behind of his teammates. Oh, not the drop down that he was looking for. So he's going to have to rely on Jussi and Stiffs to bring home the bacon. Ratchet in first place. New Prime starting to get a bit close to the pack, and we see a clip happening from Jussi, and only Stiffs remains from the Dutch side. That is not what you want, with all these Germans not having any issues whatsoever, flying their way forward, getting into the finish line with Ratchet driving a 55.5. What a great time for him, but at the same time as well, delivering a victory along with his teammates to the German squad.
Ratchet is coming out with fire today, getting a 55.5. Now, we usually don't see anything below a 56, and getting below by 0.5 seconds is nothing to scoff at, as we do see the Germans have gone up 3-0. This is looking bad from the Dutch team. They really need to bring side back. They need to win a round soon. If not, it's just going to be a full German sweep on this map. Ratchet is definitely someone that we do not want to go against on this map. Again, a 55.5, side that we have not seen in a while. It is near the front of the pack, though, side that we don't usually see. So it's good to see that the player is trying the best, really really the sportsmanship coming out from the German side to bring a old man like him into the tournament. You know what Team Germany is. But all jokes aside, we do see that Jussie is in first place, started in second with New Prime in fourth place. We're going to have to see if New Prime is able to do anything for his team. He needs to really start catching up a little bit here. Otherwise, they will not be able to get the victory. New Prime able to take over one player. Jussie does have a little bit more speed. He may have to catch up, but Ratchet again in first place. It's all on the 5th place spot, and it goes over to Pediv, and that's going to be a first Dutch win.
Look at that. Like now a 55-6, right? A little bit slower than the previous round for Ratchet. But from what I've seen, it's Ratchet's approach towards those final few turns. He just has so much speed coming out of it, and it's been allowing him to slingshot his way into first place and pick up these points for his team. I mean, in this situation, it wasn't enough because the rest of his team was just trailing a little bit too far behind. But as long as you have that type of player in your lineup, right? As long as you have that type of player who can deliver those points in this manner, in such convincing manner, then you can always be relatively sure of being in position to win rounds. It is 3-1. The Dutch are starting to fight back. Jussie and Stiffs right now in first and third place. Ratchet this time in 4 and 5. So we do have Amaterasu right now fighting for second place. Oh, and Pietif, unfortunately, yep, 3, so it's going to be a 2v3, so all the pressure is on Jussie and Stiffs currently. They are in first and second place, but we'll see how the speed is out of this last checkpoint. Stiff doesn't have the speed that he's looking for. Jussie is in third place. Amaterasu does have more speed than Stiff, and because of that, it's looking like a 2-3-5. That's going to give the Germans another round win, and what a round as well to take it on. It really came down to the wire on that last corner. Again, it's that speed, right? You want to have as much speed as possible into that checkpoint, and unfortunately, Stiffs just didn't have the speed he was looking for.
We had 2 people that are 55s, by the way. Just normal, right?
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I'm not even surprised anymore, right? It's what I guess they do this.
All I was going to say is in any of these rounds, 55 should be able to get you the win, but it may not even get you first place anymore. That's just the power of both of these teams, Germany and Holland, showing why they are 2 of the stronger teams. Ratchet and Amma are going to be in first and second place from the side of the Germans. We're going to have to see if the Dutch is able to do anything to bring this back. We do have 2 Dutch people in the mix. Pediif and Jussie in third and fourth, trying to fight for this first place. New Prime has gone down to the 4th place position, trying to catch up. He does have a good line, slightly on the outside. Ratchet, EU, and New Prime have to do something to catch up to Jussie if they want to try and snipe away this first place from him. Amma is still hunting as well, but he's just so far behind. But look at this pace from Amma. Is he going to snipe anyone? And it's not looking like it. A 2, 4, and 5 should bring the victory to the side of the Germans again.
It's all about number 6 right now. Stiffs just needs to get over because 1 and 3 is enough for 10 points. So we're not quite done yet. Like, this is why these top 3s matter, right? If you have 2 players in top 3, you're pretty much secured a win as long as nobody DNFs. That doesn't mean if 2 and 3, you're gonna need that 5. But if you have 1 and 3, 1 and 2, then hey, you're still in it. You're still going for it, and but it's still close, right? It's still hard fought. Germany has another 3 shots at getting this map victory, and I mean, Ratchet has been insanely fast right now, but we see New Prime and Amaterasu really picking up a ton of speed throughout those final few turns. Oh, this time around, though, it was 2v3 most of the time, actually, in favor of the Germans, but this time around, we saw one of the German players actually crashing out. I believe that was New Prime, indeed. Yeah, so Jussie, Stiffs, and Pietif have another opportunity to pick up another round win. This time, no crashes happening from Pietif's side into that tree. He's seen enough of that one. He doesn't need to climb that. So Amaterasu and Ratchet right now trying to overtake Jussie, and if they're able to do so, they can snipe away to victory. It does look like it's a fight between Amaterasu and Jussie. It's going to come down to it. Will they stay alive? Ooh, they will not. Just a few hundredths of a second separate Amaterasu and Jussie, but it is in favor of the Germans. And because of that, that is a German win on 16. They lead the match 2-1. And moving on to 22 now, it is looking quite dire for the Netherlands.
Yeah, no, it's looking like the Netherlands just weren't able to do enough on the first match. But remember, second match. It's only 2 matches so far, Bodie. We have plenty of time from the Dutch to bring it back. Now, this map, it does have a bit of ice on it. Are you concerned?
Yeah.
Is that it? Just yes. Just yes. You're concerned for the Dutch here.
Yeah.
Remember, if they lose this map, the Dutch are going to be out. They need to win 2 more matches to get to the grand finals, where you will be facing against the infamous, against the great English side. Now, if you're wondering why I'm a bit biased, I'm English. What do you expect? We're always biased.
Wait, what? I didn't catch it, man. I thought you were QDC. Wait, what? Oh, no, wait, not here.
Oh, no, sorry. I'm not a cat. I'm a mythical Pokemon.
Right. Apologies.
It's all good. Now, everybody makes that mistake apparently. Ever since we cast up that warm-up round, you know, we're just the same.
It's how it goes. I mean, you know, I can't tell the difference, right? It's just, you know, one ear into the other, and it's no, but it's yeah. It's
looking rough for the Dutch. I'm not going to lie.
This is tough. This is definitely not looking for, especially, you know, what we saw from 18, and it's not the situation the Dutch want to find themselves in. To be fair, it's not as if they haven't played on 22 before and taken rounds, but that wasn't against Germany, right? That wasn't against Germany, so
Germany feels like a whole new beast of a team to go against. Even though the Danish were strong, I would not want to be facing Germany out of the 2. Now, Juzzy has been quite consistent on this map. He is probably the shining light for this Dutch team. We're going to have to see if he's able to bring out any first places to give his team really any chance of winning this map.
Yeah, I mean, just a quick look at what we can expect, right? Rankings-wise, Ratchet number 23, Giuliano number 6, New Prime 57. Laurentius apparently hasn't really practiced this one, so I'm not sure if he's actually playing this one, unless he's been playing offline. Probably, maybe. Or this sheet is wrong. That could also be possible. But on the Dutch side, it's yeah, it's just tough, right? It's just a tough situation. I mean, Piedev, I think will be the best one to rely on. Jussi with a 24. Rankings-wise, it looks good, but it's still ice, right? It's still ice, and in the match that we have seen him play on 22, sliding out was not uncommon.
Yeah, as we are finally going to be getting into this match. So remember, ice is not what the Dutch want. So this map really isn't to their favor. They lose this match, they are going to be fully out of the tournament with a respectable 3rd place. But nobody wants to come 3rd. You want to come 1st, of course. We have to see if the Dutch is able to bring anything out the bag. As you see, Giuliano, Ratchet EU, and Lorenzus being the 3 Germans against Final Vector, DR, and I can't see the last player for the Dutch just yet. I'm going to pad it. Now, Giuliano is going to stay in 1st place with Ratchet EU right behind him. The 2 Germans keeping it close and simple. As one person does just disappear, you know, has a little bit wander off the side of the earth. Giuliano and Ratchet are still in 1st and 2nd. This is all you need to do to win this map. Just stay 1st and 2nd, and this is what they're doing. Remember, they do have part of Vector. They do have Paddock right behind them on their tail. But he has their engines off. Who has more speed? Paddock does have the pace, but he's just so far behind. It's looking like it's going to be a 1 and 2 from the side of Germany, getting them 1st point.
First point going the way of Germany with a 55-1 as well. Nice time to kick things off. I mean, Laurentius having some issues earlier on, dropping down, but even with a 2v3 situation later on turning into a 2v2, the Germans are able to stand tall and pick up rounds. And times like those, that is scary. All right, I would be concerned if I see these times being driven the way that they are. We'll see if it'll be consistent, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it was. I expect another 55 as low as that. Who knows? Somebody pulls off, you know, like 54 is in a bit on the regular. But for now, looking at the lineup, we have Giuliano and New Prime in 1st and 2nd place. Piedev, Jussi, and Partefechter playing from behind, and that bounce out of the water really hurting the Dutch. First round it was Jussi. This time around it is Partefechter, who unfortunately has a bad bounce. He knocked himself into the wall. Giuliano and Ratchet in the lead, and what a lead it is as well. 1 second, full second behind. Even more, Laurentius starts to get into the mix, though he crashes out, so he's not going to really stop the Dutch from ending in 3rd and 4th place. But Giuliano, look at that, a 55-0. It's a bit of a Giuliano Ratchet party right now.
God damn. It looks like Giuliano and Ratchet are just carrying their team to victory. It looks like a 2-man army at this point. You don't even need a 3rd player when you have these 2 on their map. When they feel in themselves, this is just the power that these 2 can do. The Dutch, they need something. They need something in their arsenal to bring this back. It is looking like they do have first, second, and third for once. It's looking like two of them have fallen to the wayside. So it's going to be a 3 versus 2. Now, all German players have finally got themselves up to first, second, and fourth position. But if they're able to keep Lorenzo's having a little bit of a slide out there, but nothing too big, so he's able to get himself back into the mix very shortly. So actually, Inu and Giuliano are still fighting for that first and second place. Just look at them. What can the Dutch do when you have players like this on the German side? It's just unfair. Juventus is just having a nice stroll behind them, making sure that everything's safe. It's able to get up there if they need him, as you have a bit of the ice sliding coming from him. If you think the Pardon Vector is trying to keep up, but just look, they're a full almost second behind them. The Dutch, what can they even do against these two?
It's honestly, with the pace that they are showing right now, it's hard to say like, oh, they're gonna pull this off, right? I would love to see the Dutch just come out of nowhere and pick up round after round. Just all of a sudden they decide to drive these 55 times that Giuliano and Ratchet are showing off. But it's a tough one because in terms of times set, the Dutch, look fine, right, in terms of rankings. But they've been explicitly banning ice, and they've been banning it for a reason. We saw, a mistake happening right there from Paardenvechter, and they just don't look confident on 22. I'd say that's the first thing they'd have to tackle, and then they'd have to figure out how can they match the pace of these German players. It's a tough situation. This water bounce just constantly not going their way as well, and yeah, I mean, this is why I was saying, right, 16 was the map to win. If they picked up 16, they could have afforded this. They could have afforded this situation and been like, you know what, we'll get him on 23. But now you're in a situation where you're already playing on a map that is not favored, and at the same time, you have these players just driving ridiculous pace.
What a good ending from Juzzy, though. Almost sniping away that third place.
It's tough.
It's okay. I can
tough.
understand, Boney, as a Dutch person, how it must be painful to watch this. One round is all that's stopping from Germany to have a rematch with the English. Now, yesterday, remember, the Germans did lose against England, putting them in the lower bracket finals. This is why they're here. But it was such a close round, so if they get to the finals, there will be a close match between those two. Now, one of the Dutch is out. There's only two. But just look at how these Germans have been playing. The German engineering, the German ingenuity is really showing itself. It's all down to Giuliano and Ratchet EU. These two players have been absolutely phenomenal on this map. No one else has been able to keep up with them at all. It's just DR and PDF are trying their best. But just look, the Dutch players, they just don't know what they're doing. They're falling, they're bonking. They can't do anything against the powerhouse of the Germans. Germans, they just know what they are doing. They are just having their grand tour at the end right now. Look at Giuliano. Look at just the pace from this player. Pete, if you can't do anything, you can't do anything to bring your Dutch team back from this, as Giuliano does finish. It's all up to Renzo. What happened? It's looking like a German failed, something that we do not usually see, but I don't think it matters. Look like it is still just going to be a big victory from the Germans, getting a clean sweep in the last match.
Clean sweep in the last match. I mean, this, I think most people, when seeing this map order, and as I mentioned already, right during the map picks and bans, the moment ice gets into it, a lot of ice gets into it, the Netherlands is in trouble, right? They will be in trouble. This is not necessarily the maps they're looking for, the maps they're hoping for. And it's been these two ice maps, right, in 18 and 22, that they just haven't really been able to compete on. 16 was a lot closer, but just even there, it just really came down to hundredths of a second, and every single time when they really needed it, it was the Germans who ended up being faster. So a well-deserved victory to the Germans. They will be moving on to the grand finals, and it's going to be a rematch of the winners' final that we saw yesterday, a final that I called out to might as well have been a grand final. So I believe with that as well, I think this is the fourth time the Germans find themselves in the grand final. I want to say fourth time, but I'd have to check that.
I wouldn't be surprised with how consistent the Germans are. Giuliano, Ratchet EU, Lorenz's Amatusa New Prime and Johan. Well, sorry, not Johan. All of these players have worked so hard to be here. They have fought their way from the lower bracket finals to get themselves finally back. Another chance to go against England, who have seemed absolutely unstoppable. But we will say goodbye, sadly, to the Dutch. I know, Boney. You can cry afterwards.
I will.
But we
I
will
definitely
say
will.
goodbye. Would you like to say their names? I feel rude saying it with your
No,
Go say goodbye to them.
Yeah, no, because Stuft, Jussie, paardenvechter. I'm still wondering if you're a horse who fights or you're a horse fighter. Piedif and Jan van Spijk, honestly, great stuff, guys. This has been the best performance of the Dutch team throughout this the tscc. First time hitting top 3, and man, so close, but so far at the end of the day. You did great. Take it easy. Take a rest. You're still gonna get a roll cook from me. Perhaps at the next tournament where we see it there. I know stuff is going on. But yeah, great stuff, and we'll get them next season. That's what I'm gonna say.
Well, it was really unlucky from Netherlands, but we are going to go on a small break. But I want to say thank you to everybody for watching so far, and we will only be gone for around about 5-10 minutes till we finally get into the grand finals, where I get to see England win. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, let me redo that for everybody. We're going to go to the grand finals, where Germany will try and win against England, but England will still win. That's the closest you're going to be.
All right, well, see you in a bit.
Ui! Nice. Nice.
Sieltä lähti.
Kova. Kova. Juu, veti.
Alfa.
To the floor grasses, Babsify fights off Epos for the moment, but behind him, Davigno and Bosbes are holding it off just fine. It's going to be a... No! They lost! They lost the round!
Okay, well, we have to hope that for some reason Pika and Pereira here are gonna be dumb and go risky. Yep, exactly like that. And Kato gets it, and he actually snipes Pika as well. Oh my god. So that's a 1-3. GG. I mean, we need Solly to finish first, but you know. Solly? Wait, what's happening? No! Ah, dude, this map! Oh my god. What's happening? 21 things, oh my.
Definitely got the speed, and let's see if he's got the consistency to go along with it. Birdie is in second alongside him. Hansi and Murray are trying to keep up, but Hansi a little too far behind with a mistake, and here comes the Neo slide, and that's a mistake out of everyone, but Murray just makes the mistake harder than everyone else. And so Hansi has a chance to come in second, but that is the yep tree. And we see ourselves Hot Swap, Birdie, and Dank, the ace. Probably the dankest ace out of Bierenland off of the start here. That is how you want to start 24, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, did you see that finish from Hansi, though? Just turtling his way over it. I mean, you gotta respect that. You gotta respect. For example, that has been causing these players to lose some speed, but at the same time, they're doing a fantastic job right now of attacking it, each and every one of them, leading to this close one for first place. We see Epos and Dank fighting for first. We see Idolist in third place. And it's a fight between him and Birdie. Ooh! Birdie and Hot Swat actually overtake Idolist as Idolist hits the finish line right.
And right now they're behind by a 10.5 on Giuliano. Look at this time here being brewed by Giuliano. Look at how far ahead he is. He's got so much overspeed on everyone else. Look at the speed he's bringing as he hits into the wall. He brought in way too much speed. He had so much speed that he hit into the wall. So now Idols and Bosbez need to keep it together here. Can they get in front of Amaterasu? It would be very crucial. They can't. And New Prime. Oh, New Prime snipes Idol. Oh no. Is it over? Is it over? As Giuliano, yes, he brings us to map 14. Oh, I didn't even see New Prime coming in through. What a snipe by him.
Welcome everybody to the tscc Grand Finals. This is Germany versus England. As an English player, I have never been this excited. The last time we were in the finals, yeah, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. I have full belief that England's going to do it. I'm going to be as biased as you can be. If you want something a little bit less biased, I am here with someone else. Tony, please, I'm too hyped for this. Calm us down a bit.
I mean, look, at this point, I'm anti-Germany because they beat the Netherlands. What is going on? What do you mean this... Wrong Germanic country. Wrong Germanic country. You know what? It is what it is. I'm going to have to accept it, and I'll try to rein you in and try to be as objective as possible, but... I mean, somebody's got to do it, right? Somebody's got to do it, and you were doing it for me just now, and now I'm going to have to do it for you as well as we are getting underway in picks and bans. Keep in mind, this is the grand finals, but there is a bracket reset. If England were to lose this first match, it wouldn't be done yet. Germany wouldn't be champion yet because we would have that bracket reset, and we would have another best of 5 to really determine who's going to be champion. However, England wins the match, they are the champions right away. Germany already had their chance during the winners' final to pick up a win against them. So if they don't do it right now, then they're never going to do it. At least not this season.
Well, I'm going to hope they're not, but for everybody else, I hope there is going to be a close match. England's map 4 pick is going to be number 11, or Germany has picked 16. There have been 2 bans from both sides. England has banned 24 and 17, while Germany has banned 25 and 23.
All these high number bans, interesting. So we could see 22 again. I mean, we've seen Germany play on 22 just now, but it's not going to be the case. We've got 16 and 11. Following up that, we've got 15, 10, and 7. So quite low numbers, actually, for this grand finals coming up. We'll see if this is the first of 2 or if England will be able to close it out right away. It's going to be best of 5s all the way through. We'll see who ekes it out. Before we get into the match itself, I think it's also good to know what we can expect in the future beyond this tournament. As you're used from us at this point, we've got the tscc, where we have countries duking it out between each other, but we also have the team championships where we have teams compiled by you guys to duke it out against each other. We will be having that team tournament coming up next season, and the country championships for now will be planned twice a year, so you can expect this to come back during the fall season as we are in spring right now. We've got a solo event coming up as well, the FastPoint Invitational, so keep your eyes out on that for more information, and we'll try and set up another solo event dedicated to the campaign tracks. So these are some things to keep in mind if you're looking forward to tournaments that you want to enter in and compete in. There's stuff coming up from us, so keep your eyes out. Be sure to join the Discord. Be sure to follow the Twitter for any and all updates.
Yes, we also have some clips channels, so everything that's weird and wacky, or at least cool, that happens in anything Trackmania related, it will be on that channel as well. So seriously, if you like Trackmania, you like Trackmania Esports, maybe you even love us. I love Trackmania Esports. Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly. We have rebranded to FastPoint. But except for that, it should be a really good time all around because we've really been growing. We've really been trying to make it as professional as possible. But talking about professional, all of these players have been looking so professional with the times they've been putting up on the maps.
Oh yeah, it's been ludicrous paces from each and every one of these players, and with these maps coming up, right? 16, we've seen just now great pace, and an obvious pick, you would say, from the Germans, but this was an English pick. I mean, their previous map, it was Germany who picked 16.
Now this is going to be a bloodbath, I would have to say. These two teams are coming out for war right now. We're going to have to see what team is going to be looking strong on this. Because remember, if both teams pick this, both teams must be pretty fast. We should see some 55s coming out from these players. Now, this is known as speed fun. There's a little bit of slowing down here and there. But it's all about how much speed can you keep through all of these corners. So as we're about to get into our first match, Boney, are you ready? You ready for the grand finals?
I am ready for the grand finals, as ready as I could ever be. We are about to go live. It is England versus Germany, the rematch of the winners final, now in the grand finals. Will we be able to crown our king of TSCC Spring 2022 in this match, or will Germany be able to knock England down a peg and take it to the bracket reset? We are live. We've got Vinho, we've got Epos and Bospes on the side of England, we've got Amaterasu, we've got Ratchet, and we've got New Prime on the side of Germany. Germany playing in the red trunks. We'll see how everything goes, as everybody is doing a fantastic job so far throughout the first jump, and as we get into the second half of 16, we'll see if everybody will be able to keep up the pace. Some wonky landings here and there, but everybody staying on the board, just no problem whatsoever. Ratchet in the lead. Vinho has given that one away. We'll see how the speed is throughout this final checkpoint. This is the place where it's make or break, and it's looking like the Germans will be the ones to have the most speed coming out of it. New Prime and Ratchet coming in first and second place, driving 55s. The Vinho also barely getting that 55, but in third place. It's not gonna be enough. First round goes to Germany.
Do you remember when 55 used to be, you would sometimes get them in a round?
Sure.
Someone who'd have an amazing round to get 55. We got 3 55s in our first round in the grand finals.
It says a lot, right? It says a lot about what we
Yes.
can expect and how good these players are on these tracks.
No, we'll have to see which team is feeling themselves the most on this. It's looking like Germany. 2 of their players were getting 255s, while 1 of their English players themselves got it. It's looking like 2 different lines you can take there. 1 under the tree, 1 over the tree. Both seeming to be around about the same time, but having first place over to the Germans, while second and third is the English. Epos is making some great speed here. The Vinho not even too far behind him. But it's 1, 2, 3 for the Germans. This is not what the English want to see. This is not what I want to see. English, come on, you have this. The Vinho is trying his best to catch up as much as possible. They've been an outside line, having a lot of speed. Bospes and the Vinho trying to catch up, trying to do anything to stop these Germans. But the Germans, they're just looking too fast for them. You pick the map, you need to start performing on it. It's just not looking like the English are. It's going to be a 2-0 to the side of Germany.
Apologies. This was the German. I have noted this one down incorrectly. Yeah, I was about to say, yeah. Because I was wondering, like, wait, this doesn't make any sense. I probably noted it down in the reverse. That explains a lot. No, so this was, in fact, a German pick. I mean, they're showing off, right, how fast they are with that ace as well. It's just ludicrous, right? All 55s all the time, having an amazing time on the German side. I'm sure they're already cheering and celebrating this victory, but it's not over quite yet. We have some amazing drivers in Vinho, Bospes, and Epos, and we'll see how they will be performing right now. Though the Germans are staying very close together, hanging out in places 2, 3, and 4. We'll see whether or not they're able to hold on to it. It's been this last turn, right? This last checkpoint that they've been able to snipe so many of these positions. They've done it against the Dutch. They've done it right now a couple times already against the English, and let's see if they're able to do it once more. In fact, we can see it happening right there, shooting their way forward. Vinho seeing himself losing so much distance on these German players, and look at those times. 55.6s. What the heck? What is that? What do you mean? Where are they taking this from? Like, do they have different engines or something? How are they doing this?
German ingenuity. German engineering is really showing up, and I'm scared. I'm scared. Please, England, you have to bring something out the bag. They need to try and at least get something, a foothold on this map. Even if they don't win it, they need to at least win a round or 2. Give themselves a little bit more motivation. Because remember, this is their first match of the day. That's the only problem with being in the grand finals already. I mean that you haven't really had practice against other teams. You don't know what pace you need to be at. But Bospes is fighting with all the Germans right inside, being in third place. Epos isn't too far behind. But the English, they need to do something. Otherwise, the Germans are just going to run away with this map. Bospes has been performing quite well through the tournament for the English side. He's finally got up to that second place. Remember, New Prime has got so much speed. Is he able to take over Bospes? Bospes needs to get first place to give at all a chance, as another English player falls. Meaning it's going to be only 3 players from the Germans. All they need to do is finish in this order, and they're going to take another round from the side of the English.
And another 55.6 as well. This pace is just ridiculous, right? I mean, this is what you want, right? You want a player that offers you this pace, that offers you this consistency as well, right? You can rely on the fact that you're going to have someone in top 3, and that in and of itself is very, very confident and can, you know, like allow the rest of the team to, if a mistake happens, to not take it too harsh, right, and not worry too much about it. Sure, they can beat themselves up, but they know that the team itself will be okay, right, because things are going well. You've got that one player that just happens to be driving amazingly well. In this case, it is Ratchet, who's been doing a fantastic job bringing his team all of these points. We'll see if he's able to do it once again, as Germany currently leads 4-0 on the first track, and I'm pretty sure we just saw some players drive off the side there.
Yeah, they just had enough of the map.
Yeah.
They're like, you know what? Let's not play this map anymore. I don't want to lose.
We're good. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, only Dvinho right now for the English, though he just hits the inside of the wall. New Prime overtakes his 3rd place. Amaterasu Ratchet in 1st and 2nd. And it's looking like an ace is on the German side. And, well, first map quite quickly and decisively goes to Germany.
Yeah, just Germany's really showing up today. Now, it was a very close match between the English and the Germans. Remember, this was the German pick. When we go to the English pick, should be a lot more England favoured. But a 5-0 may not... Well, that doesn't feel good. I'm not going to lie to English.
Now you know how I feel. Now you know how I feel. It's... Whew. It hurts. It hurts. But it's, you know, it's reality. It was their pick. So we'll see if 11, the English pick, will be as decisive in the same way the Germans were just now, because then we just know we were the map picks, and it wasn't, you know, a matter of difference in skill. I mean, yesterday, England lost the first map against Germany as well, and from that point on, they started coming back, right? They started coming in strong. They took the lead 2-1. The score got tied up, and it went to a map 5. So this is definitely not a situation that the English haven't found themselves in just yet, and against the exact same team at that as well. They lost against 16 on 16. So right now, going on to 11. Yesterday, they played on 25 as the second map. This time around, Germany has banned 25, and instead, English have picked 11, which coincidentally was the ban from Germany yesterday. So just a little bit of a switcheroo, if you will. But does look like, in terms of picks and bans and how they've been going around, that the English are in a good spot to pick up this map.
Well, we do know the Germans aren't the strongest on the dirt. However, we do know that they are just a consistent team over everything. So even though we say may not be the strongest suit, it's still a very good suit for them to have. They will beat almost any team on any surface that you put them on. But it is looking like a few players have been swapped out. It's looking like Idlers has come in for the UK side. It's looking like we do have Giuliano come in as well from the side of Germany. And has anyone else come in? New Prime, was he last time? I do believe that New Prime is new here as well.
New
So it's looking
Prime
like
was in.
it's,
No, New Prime was already in. Yeah. He was already.
it's probably going to be one apiece that have changed from both sides. But we only have 30 seconds to see if Dirt is the way that England's going to be winning. Really find their way back into this match at all.
Yeah, I was just taking a quick look because I was questioning, like, wait, how often has it been that Germany has found themselves in the grand finals? You want to know? You want to know something?
You said 4 times. Is that correct?
They've been in every single one of them. So they've been in 4. This is their 5th. This is their 5th out of the 5 editions that we've had. 3 of those, they came in second. 1 of them, they managed to win. So will this be their second victory? They're gonna have to win not just this match, but they have to win in the bracket reset as well. Right now, it's looking good for the Germans, leading the match 1-0. But we're on the English pick in 11, and we'll see how they'll perform as we are live on this dirty track. See how the speed is coming in right now. Everybody relatively close to each other. Boss Best in the lead. We've got Epos in 3rd place and Idolist in 5th, but that could be easily exchanged as we go through the track, though. That bounce, whoa! I don't know how Giuliano was able to keep his wheels on the floor as much as he did, but he is able to hold on and get himself a 3rd place. But 1st, 2nd, and 4th are all English names, and they pick up a round of their own, their 1st round of the match.
What a play from the English. I thought Giuliano was going to snipe everyone. I thought he was out for a second. I thought he was 1st place. I don't know what he did, but that was some techie stuff that almost worked from the side of Germany. But the thing is, like we said, dirt is in the favor of the English, and it is clearly showing here, getting themselves their 1st win of really the grand final so far. So it's good to see that England is here to play, as Bozbez is just flying down this course, being so far ahead of anyone else. Epos is just behind him. These 2 players are really trying to get England their 1st ever victory in the TSCC, as it is going to be 1st and 2nd, as New Prime makes a big mistake, making an even bigger lead for the 2 UK boys at the front. And it does look they have secured their 2nd victory, making it 2-0.
2-0, driving some 37, low mid 37s right now. I'm sure they're happy with the pace that they're performing right now. We'll see if they'll go even lower, and lower along the way. But yeah, 37s is what we can expect, is what we can see, right? It's definitely, I mean, I'd be extremely surprised if somehow, some way, someone drives a 36. That would be ridiculous. That would be quite simply ridiculous. But hey, when the pressure is on and when you've got this competition going on, I always say competition is the best way to grow skill, right? And push yourself forward in ways that you don't expect, right? And hit a level that you never thought attainable. The competition is the way to get that going. I do see someone deciding to flip his way over. I believe that was Bozbez who flipped on the checkpoint, but Epos actually fighting with New Prime for 2nd place, but because of Idolus in 1st, Bozbez, all he needs to do is get over the finish line, and England finds themselves 3-0 ahead. A bit of a reverse sweep, if you will, but not a full one, right? Not a full
Imagine
one.
both teams go 5-0 on every single map.
Oh,
what
that would
an
be
insane
ridiculous.
time that would be from both of these teams. But no, Bozbez was doing super well. He had incredible speed throughout about 3/4 of it. And then because he just had a bit too much speed, there was a wall here. He was like, yep, that is my wall to bunk into. And he was just out of there. But take a look at Bozbez, just the speed this player has for the English side, already in 1st place. Now, this is the 2nd corner where Bozbez really gets his speed. He usually takes the outside line. It's a lot more risky to get, but he's just so consistent on it, as he still takes 1st place. The New Prime is trying to actually do something from the German side, trying to take over 1st from him. It's so close, but Bozbez just has the little bit more speed. Idolus is trying to fight to try and get to a position where he can help Bozbez out, as Ratchet makes a big mistake, as Idolus as well, and this is all up to 5th place. Who's going to be getting it? And it is looking like it's going to go to Ratchet. If I am not correct, that should be a 1st win for Germany.
That is indeed. Idolus crashing into the finish, cost England the round. If he didn't do that, then it could have been a tie, right? It would have been a tie with the DNF coming in.
The problem is, it's the English. It's the one thing you expect from this country, is there's just going to be an easy win in front of you and a bonk just happens.
Yep. Yeah, and it really hurts, right? With the pace on this track, right? It's, I mean, they could have gone another 5-0, right? I mean, that was the goal, that was the way forward, but, you know, they're going to have to concede at least a round. Right now, it's looking a lot better for the English, and the Germans are playing from behind. New Prime, bit of an awkward bounce onto the water, but able to correct his car on the dirt, but it's not going to be enough for the Germans to pick up a round win. We've got numbers 1, 2, and 3, all English names. An ace goes their way, and they lead map 11 4-1. They just need to pick up one more round to tie up the score.
We'll have to see if they can do it one more round, England, then it will be 1-1 apiece. So we're going to have to see if England's going to, can Idolus Bozbez really be able to do anything for the UK side, as well as Epos. Remember, Germany is no side that is easy to defeat. You need to have a good round, otherwise they will have a clean sweep against you, but it's looking like the English team knows this and they are putting it in there. Or Bozbez having huge speed on the way out, but Epos right at the front. Stick like Idols is not having the best time of his life, but remember it's 1, 2, and 3 for the English side. Idols is going a little bit down as Giuliano's going for a bit of a weird bounce, but it is working out for him there. Look at the speed this player has. He may be able to take over Bosbez, but they're just too far ahead, and England takes the map.
Takes the map 5-1. One wonky round, right, caused them to not quite take it, crashing into the finish line. But
I was sweating for
it's they were able to tie it up. They took it on 11. I mean, 11 has been a map that Germany has been banning, so it is not fully unexpected that the English are able to take it so decisively. And at the same time, I think it's necessary to take it in this manner after having lost 5-0 on the German pick. So from this point on, it's all random tracks, and 1-1. We're gonna see at least map 15 and 10. And 15, that's a technical nightmare if you're not good at any drifting, any neo sliding, any high speed and moving.
Did you just say tech?
It's quite technical. It's quite.
Well,
I hope you know how to. I know if you know how to drift and really push these corners, because otherwise you're gonna have a bad time on this one.
Well, you literally have two teams which are known for how good they are on tech. There's a lot of players from the German side where it's their bread and butter. This is the one thing that when they play Trackmania, this is the thing that they play. So if you're thinking about close rounds, high intensity tech is the thing that you are looking for either of these teams. We have about 1 minute 40 to get into next round. England came off winning the last map 4-1. So we'll have to see what this map's going to have. Because remember, both of these teams are incredible at tech, so we're going to have some really fast times coming out.
Definitely. I mean, good point in chat. I mean, I've not been looking too much at all the rankings because there's a lot of rankings going on. But Ratchet #1 on this track. I mean, that's your ace, right? That's your ace right there. You want to put in Ratchet, though. We do see New Prime, Amaterasu, and Giuliano currently driving. So is Ratchet going to take a backseat on this one? He's like, nah, I'm good. You guys can take it.
Now, the problem is with the German side, there's just so many good tech players there. Even if you're like a top 20 in the world, most likely the other 19 in front of you are going to be German players, because that's just what Germany's really known for having tech on their side. So England does have to be a little bit concerned. However, England has been practicing a lot. They have been in the community for a long time. Some big veterans coming out, such as Bosbez. So I'm not expecting England to go without a fight.
I mean, I found with 15, right, really the map in particular, it's getting that start. That's what we've been seeing throughout the times that we have played 15. It's been the start. It's been this first drift, and it's a doozy, right? If you mess up the drift, if something goes wrong there, you are behind by so much, and everything else usually goes well. But it's the start, right? It's the start, and whenever a map is quite long, you could get away with a mistake at the start. This track, not so much. It's really detrimental, and you're not going to get top 3. Yeah, you're not going to get top 3. You're maybe not even going to get a number 4s and 5. You need to nail this start, and we'll see as we go live. All the players hopefully will do a fantastic job going through this turn, and we do already see some mistakes happening. We're left with 2 English names and 1 German one in the top 3. We've got Bosbez, we have Twinho, and we have New Prime, and a mistake on Twinho's side. Not the biggest one. Place. He stays in. Bosbez holds on to his first place, and first and third should be good enough for the English to pick up the victory. We're not done quite yet. We're halfway through the track, and we'll see whether or not New Prime will be able to overtake. In fact, he is not able to. He crashes. Twinho snipes his way into second place. Bosbez and Twinho just need to get the jump to pick up their first round on 15, and they do so indeed with a 44.8 on Bosbez's side.
Amma was coming back near the end. He was so close to overtaking Twinho, but he was just too far behind, so he wasn't able to pick up the speed he needed. But when Germany bonked there, you don't want to see the smile on my face. I was grinning like a madman. I know I'm not meant to as a caster, but I felt that inside me, just the real joy. But like you said before, it's all on this first fight. Is anybody going to make a big mistake? It's looking like 1 German was falling behind, as 2 players come out with a perfect start. All 3 German players are there, while there's only 2 English players who are trying to get into the fight. Amma makes a small mistake, meaning he is going to be left in the dust by Bosbez and Twinho, who are trying to catch up. as Real Roy Boy is trying his best to keep up the two Germans at the front. He's in second place, fighting for the first place as Davigno is trying his absolute best to catch up. New Prime, looking like he has the speed. Same with Ratchet. It's looking like this may be a German victory on this, unless Real Roy Boy is able to do anything. But with one jump at the end, it's looking like Germany is going to make it 1-1.
1-1 this time around. The top three comprised of 2 Germans and 1 English name, right? And it's pretty much the exact same turn where things went wrong for a New Prime in the previous round. This time around, it was Real Roy Boy who was the victim of that wall in that inner corner right there. But yeah, this is what I've been mentioning, right? It's the start. We'll see how many players come out this time around. A lot more players able to get their footing out of it. We got a bit of a 2v2 happening. We've got Ratchet and Amaterasu in numbers 1 and 3, Davigno and Bospis in numbers 2, and for New Prime and Real Roy Boy lagging behind by only a little bit, right? Just a few tenths of a second, so definitely all the potential to get back into it. Ooh, not quite sure what happened to Davigno there, but he falls all the way down to number 6. So 2v3 is it going to be? Let's look at Ratchet and New Prime. They're holding on fast and hard to that third place. Amaterasu also getting more speed than Bospis out of that final section, and it's going to be an ace for Germany to pick up another round win. England is falling behind as Germany takes the lead 2-1.
Oh, this is the problem with Germany. Like I said, they are just absolutely incredible on this tech. Having some 44s coming out, which is impressive as hell, especially on a map as technical as this. But even if you get through this, it's looking like the German players just really just make less mistakes after this start. So it's all dependent on if all German players get through it. It's looking like they do. It's looking like all three is 1, 2, and 3. Absolutely beautiful from them. But Bospis isn't far behind. He does have the pace to catch up. Just needs to do slightly a few more turns. He takes over 1. He only has 2 more to go to get to that first place. Goes for a nice inside turn. Look at this speed coming from Bospis. But the other 2 players, they just know what they're doing as well. And to make up this amount of space, it's so hard to do. As we do see Amma take over for just a second, but Bospis has more speed on the way down. It's looking like he will take over yet again. And there's just nothing you can do at this ending turn. It's looking like it's going to be another win from the Germans, making it 2-1.
Another win for the Germans indeed. Ratchet and New Prime just have been holding down the fort at the front throughout these rounds, and with Ratchet driving a 44.5 as well. He's really showing off how much he's doing for his team, right? He did amazing on 16. He's doing it right now on 15, and just an anchor, right? He's been proving himself to be an anchor and giving his team that room and perhaps confidence as well to keep going, keep rallying forward. But yeah, that first turn is key in all of this. This time, New Prime, the one to not have the best time. And it is a full English squad at the front. Ratchet most likely will start breaking his way in, as we see right now. He gets into second place. His next target on the list, Bospis. Is he able to do so? He does have a bit more speed. He is in first place just a little bit. Look at Davigno, though, shooting his way forward as well. But they both have to slow down, Davigno and Bospis, along with Amaterasu. What a tricky turn for all players involved. New Prime is going to try and get his way in. If he can get third place, he can secure a victory for the Germans. But no, Real Roy Boy holds on. And look at just how close this round was. So with second, third, and fifth, all English, that is a close but hard-fought round for the English.
Oh, it was all up to Amaterasu. He was so close to getting the clutch he needed for his team. It was in the perfect position, being in third place. All he needed to do was keep his position. But remember, in a competition like this, you have to push every single inch you can. But he bumped against the wall, and that just meant that the German team just didn't have enough points to win that, meaning that it was going to be a win for the English. It's looking like it's going a little bit more of Germany's way in this turn, as Bospis makes a big mistake. So Real Roy Boy has to try and do something here. If he stays in this position, it's going to be an easy win from the Germans. But there's not a lot to do right now. There's not many big mistakes you can make to catch up that much speed, as Amma has already taken over Real Roy Boy. It's between these 2 players who's going to be getting third place. Real Roy Boy has so much speed, it's just looking like Amma's going to make another mistake. But it doesn't even matter. When you have Ratchet and New Prime on your team, you don't even care.
We're going for point fours. We're going to point fours. We're just going faster and faster and faster. I don't know where Ratchet is gaining all this speed from, but he just is flying across the track right now. He is just in his element. He's in the zone, right? I'm pretty sure like people are like, oh yeah, great job, Ratchet, right? In team chat, he doesn't even notice, right? He is just dialed in. He's geared in. He's just waiting for the 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Once again, flying forward. I'm gonna get myself another top 1 time, because that's what he's been doing. That's what he's been gaining, and he's been doing a fantastic job for the German team. So much so that the Germans find themselves on map point. They're in position to pick up map 15 and take the lead in the match 2-1. But we'll see if the English are there to accept that. Right now, Ratchet in the lead. New Prime exchanging first and second place. Amaterasu also comes in to support his teammates. And where are the English? Bosbez in 4th, Real Royboy in 5th. Like, what? Anyone? Where English?
I'm calling him right now. I'm trying to sort it out.
Where
Give
they
me
at?
a sec.
Where they at?
English, hurry up, please. Come on, you need to do something. But all jokes aside, absolutely incredible times, having 44.7. Everybody on the German side getting almost to the 44s. Amma missing out by 0.025. 5-2 does make it go over to the German side, meaning it's going to be 2 maps to 1 to Germany. They are 1 map off, resetting the bracket.
1 map off, and we'll see if they're able to do it. We're moving on to Spring 10. I mean, Spring 10, we've had this one come up a couple times. We've had opinions about this map come up as well. Not the most positively accepted track, but it's not a track that gets bad either. So apparently, it's really not that bad, and players are A-okay with it if this one shows up in the random tracks. Though so far, I'm pretty sure that I haven't seen any team in particular, personally at least, pick into 10. We've had a lot of matches, so it's very much possible that I am missing either one of these matches. But yeah, 10 is one of those quick tracks. We'll see these players really push it on the outside of the turns, and it's really the final turn that is make or break. Players will have to slow down a bit, try and get that right-hand turn onto the super boosters. We'll see which one of the 2 teams will be better at it. Will it be England? Will it be Germany?
Well, car control is the goal of this map. If you have better car control, if your team can really, understand how the mechanics of this game works, you will easily win this map. Because there's so many jumps, there's so many weird twists and turns you don't see on a lot of Trackmania maps. So it's to be expected for, these teams to take a while to get used to this map. However, the English are known for a little bit more of the dirt style, a little bit more of the weird and wacky. So I would say that the UK have a slight advantage on this map.
It's I'm just taking a quick look through my notes here and see if I find any situation where this might be beneficial for the English or for the Germans. And from what I can tell, Ireland, England, for example, has been a match that we've seen in the playoffs, and England was able to take it off of them, I believe 5-2, if I remember correctly. So quite decisively at that, though I could be mistaken. I'd have to double, triple, quadruple check. But yeah, in the meantime, they're getting close to being ready, it seems.
Remember, Germany only needs 1 more win to stop this bracket reset. They only have to win this map, while the UK, if they win the next 2 maps, they are going to be your tscc champions, which we'll have to see if they're able to do. This is one of their stronger maps, so I'm expecting the UK to be taking this one. But we never know. The Germans are always getting to the grand finals. Not having the best luck here, but they always get here, which means they're a consistently strong team. So we're going to have to see who's going to take it.
We're going to have to see indeed. I just checked. It was a 5-1 victory from England against Ireland. So that is positive for them. And we'll see if they're able to repeat that success against Germany. They're going to have to if they want to avoid a bracket reset at this point in time. I don't think that's what they're looking for. So here we go. We're live. We've got New Prime, Ratchet, and Giuliano. For the Germans, we've got Bosbez, Epos, and Idolis for the English. And as we do get started off in round number 1, we do see that the Germans are in the lead. New Prime having quite some distance on the rest of his teammates, but Epos quite close to actually overtaking him there. New Prime coming in as well. Numbers 1, 3, and 5 are German names, so it is the first round going to Germany.
Germany doing really well in the first round, just having such a good start on the English, meaning that they just had to coast through the rest of the map, and they did get themselves the first round. Remember, first round doesn't mean everything. It does tell you how strong the teams are, but some people need a little bit of time to warm up. So we may even be seeing a 29 coming out from a few of the players when they get a really good round. But the Germans, they just seem to understand this start a little bit better than the English. Bosbez is in contentious though this time. He has a lot of speed coming out. Idolus just not getting the apex which he wanted. Epos is still so far behind. It's really between Bosbez. Is he able to keep this first place? Is Epos able to sneak up any points? He's so close, but 2, 3, and 4 means Germany's going to take another round from the English.
Another round from the English. It's not a good start indeed. Again, they're playing from behind. They need to win map 10, and then if they do, they have to do it once again on map 7. To be fair, this doesn't mean, again, right, bracket reset is what it's all about, and at the same time, it's also, you know, a boost of confidence, right? It's knowing for the Germans, like, hey, you know, we have to win 2 matches, but we win this one 3-1. That would be amazing. That would be great. Interesting to see as well, looking at the drivers itself, no one really going for that outside line on the dirt, all deciding to go a bit more through the middle. And so far, I mean, it's going all right for all the players because nobody is really going for it. Numbers 1, 4, and 6 are for the English. If number 5 were to be an English name, that could have been a 1 round, but instead numbers 2, 3, and 5 are German. And so Germany is starting to run away with it on 10. 3-0 lead.
3-0 lead. Remember, only 2 more rounds need to go to the German way, and they will have a bracket reset, meaning that we're going to do this all over again. And if they win, finally after that, they will be crowned your tscc champions. It's seeming like Germany's just had some good practice on this map, and Ratchet EU is so far in front, but he's got 3 blue nades behind him. He's got 3 English players trying to bring it back, trying to win a round over the Germans. It's looking so good for the English right now. There's nothing coming out from the rest of the Germans. It's going to be a clean victory for the English. It is looking like it's finally going to be a first round to England.
A round definitely needed as well, right? Down 3-0, you don't really have a lot more room, right? You just don't have a lot of room to make any mistakes. They come out of the starting blocks as well as they did this time around. And on the side of New Prime and Giuliano, just not quite what they're looking for, not what they're hoping for. But we've seen that they are fast. We've seen that they are able to drive these 30.7s that are coming out right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if they will deliver on this time around, but maybe I am just jinxing it, and instead we see Giuliano. Oh, New Prime went for the wide line. You know, I'm liking it. I appreciate it. Unfortunately, it wasn't in his favor. So great attack, but unfortunately missed the mark. Epos and Bosbez securing 1st and 2nd place, and the English are starting to fight back, but they're still down right now, 3-2 in favor of Germany.
Yes, but remember, when you have momentum behind you, when you start having these good times, you really can't expect them to really slow down now. So if Germany don't bring something out the bag, England will take back the lead. They will start to fight, making it go to a game 5. But we do have to see. This map is all about car control. We've seen how strong Bosbez and Epos are on this, but Bosbez has made a slight mistake, so he's out of the running. Idolus hasn't been able to do what he needs. Epos needs to get 1st place to give his team a chance in this match. He is in 1st place, but it's all on this ending. Is he able to get a good, consistent line? Talking about endings, Idolus has an incredible ending coming in. Ratchet EU is trying to do anything. Is Idolus in front of him? It's so close, and it's looking like Idolus will take it, making that both teams are going to be 3-3 apiece.
That was a very, very close ending. We already saw Idolus gaining a lot of speed throughout the 2nd half, gaining on Ratchet and New Prime, and was able to deliver England, right at the end. It could have been like just a frame more of braking, right? Because you have to slow down for that last turn. We just a tiny bit more. If you brake just a tiny bit more, that could have been, well, I mean, 1-3, which still would have been beneficial, but you don't want to find yourself in that situation. Oh, look at New Prime going for the outside line, and you can see him shooting forward into 1st place. Though right now 2-3-5 for the English, that is a good situation for them. Ratchet might be able to overtake Epos towards the end, but doesn't look like it. New Prime also unable to really maintain that speed at the final corner, and Bosbez picks up number 1. Number 5 is Idolus. So yeah, all of a sudden,
England, let's go.
All of a sudden.
England, I trust you. I have full belief in England right now. I know I can't be biased. Germany, I wish you the best of luck, but I wish that you may have a bump here and there. Now, England is one win away from getting to the 5th match. We do see that Epos doesn't have the best start, so it's up to Bodspez and it's up to Idols, who has made incredible time, as we just see New Prime going out of nowhere with so much pace compared to anyone else. They need to get second, third, and most likely fourth to do anything against this. It's looking like it's most likely going to be a German win. Who's going to take it? And it's looking like Germany is going to make it 4-4. Next round is going to decide if we're going to have a bracket reset or a 5th game.
It's took some time, but we finally see a 29.9 coming in from New Prime. When he went for that outside line on the dirt, and he just flew forward, no contest whatsoever. He decided first place is mine. Y'all can better get out of here because I'm about to fly into the finish just like that. And so he did. 4-4, round number 9. This is all make or break right now for the English. And with New Prime, this time around, not having the same line that he had in the previous one, this could be map number 5 coming up. It's all going to come down to whether or not Epos and Idolus are able to hold on to numbers 1 and 3. Giuliano crashes out, and yes, sir, we are moving on to map number 5. It's going to be Spring 7.
Everyone, if England wins one more match, they are going to be your tscc champions. However, if Germany wins the next match, we are going to have a bracket reset. So any team can take it, but look at how hard of a fight this is. Remember, one of the games, England smashed. One of the other games, Germany smashed. And then now this game, it has been so close between them. Now we're going to have to see if number 7 is going to be the map to decide it all. Is England going to be overtaking Germany? Are they going to be able to, for the first time ever, win the tscc?
I just taking a quick look at so 7 being one of the ice tracks, right? We've had 7, we have 14, 18, and 22. These are the maps that we see a lot of ice, and ice skill definitely plays a big part. Ranking wise, it's looking pretty good for the English, having Rio Roybo on 17, Dvinho on 8, and they have Bospez on number 38. So those are already positive. And on the German side, taking a quick look there, we've got Giuliano on number 10. And other than that, no one really ranking as high as everyone else. But that doesn't say everything. That doesn't mean that, oh yeah, no, well, this is their rank, so we've had it, we're done. Doesn't really say a lot, because this, you have to pace. You can set these PBs as high as they have. But at the same time, there's a lot of pressure right now, right? Because for the English, this would be their first victory ever. It's 2 for 2. They need to win 5 rounds still. If they lose this one, there is a bracket reset. And I mean, that's going to give a lot of confidence to the Germans as well. Germany has been in this situation many times already. And while it isn't always the exact same team coming in, the country has been represented every single time. I mean, these players at this point, plenty of these have played tournaments in the past, so I'm imagining stress won't be too much of an issue, but that doesn't take away that there is pressure to perform. And I mean, 7 is, I think, is going to be an interesting one to perhaps close it out on, or get into another match.
For no water bounces. So sometimes when you jump into the water, you bounce up and down. It kind of ruins the match. However, let's hope that Trackmania, this does not happen to any of the players. It sometimes happens, but rarely does. I don't know how it works, but it consistently happens every once in a while. So we have to see if England is able to do it. Remember, pressure is high for these players. All players need to try and find a way to keep pressure low. Be joking around. That's what I would do if any of the teams have fun with the tournament. Remember, you may be able to win the tscc. Can't do it. Don't have a fun time. But we are going to finally get into our first round of most likely the last map. It's going to be either Germany or England. Now we have to see who's going to take it. Everybody has a decent start. Looking like nobody is having any mistakes, any water bounces. Looking like everybody will securely land. Giuliano is going to be in first place with Roy Boy right behind him, as Bozbez does slide out. No, actually he doesn't. He decides to go for a long route. Lorenzo's just not able to keep up as he keeps smacking the side. Is Real Roy Boy able to catch up to Giuliano? He's so far ahead, but he does have more speed. There's not much left of the track. Depends on how much speed you have at the end, as the Vigno has made another mistake as well. I mean, it is going to be the first point over to Germany.
First point going to Germany, and 1-3-5. I mean, it was not the cleanest round that we're hoping for, that we're looking for. There's just some, some slight bonks here and there. Nothing major, but at this level, at this point in time, one bonk can pretty much determine you being in positions 5 or 6. And while number 5 can mean a lot, depending on what happens at the front, it is definitely not a situation you want to find yourself in. Ooh, we got a bad jump coming in from, who was that? I missed it. Roy Boy, Divino, Bospes, Ratchet, and Laurentio still remaining. Number 6 from the German side, unfortunately not in. Giuliano, who previous round was doing a fantastic job, now finds himself all the way behind. And in fact, it's looking like this is going to be a English ace coming in indeed. Great way for them to strike back after losing the first round. Second round goes to England 1-1.
Now, that was such a good round from the English, getting themselves a 33.5, which is something that we usually don't see coming out from the players. Now, that is the best on this map so far. English coming out with 3-0, probably feeling pretty good after that round. We'll have to see if they're able to do it. The ice slide is one of the most important parts of this map. As there are 2 bounces coming out. It's going to be 2 versus 2. It's looking like it is looking good from the side of Germany. However, Will Roy Boy has done very well for himself. My apologies to Vigno's done very well for himself. But it's looking like a big mistake has happened, meaning there's only 2 players fighting for this first place in between Ratchet and Bospes. And how things are going right now, Bospes just isn't able to secure it. But 4th place is going to go to Will Roy Boy, 5th to the Vigno. And are we going to get a 6th place? Julian does come in for the 6th.
No DNF coming in, so no draw potential. And on a map like this, I don't think I mean, you would have a very, very awkward respawn to somehow decide to DNF this one. It is a relatively short track, right? We're seeing 30 trees coming out, so with a 15-second timer to get over the finish line, I wouldn't expect any DNFs to happen anytime soon, but hopefully this time around, no bouncing out of the water. It sounds like everybody splashed their way into the splash zone just fine, though we're missing Laurentius at the moment. Perhaps he did have some issues treading water, not having his scuba gear on, if you will. Divino currently leading, fighting with Giuliano, though, as it is going to be a close one for first place. Divino is going to have to hold on to this if he wants to get a victory for England on the board. Bospes on number 4, Roy Boy on number 5. That is going to do it. 2 for 2, tit for tat. This is going to go all the way to round 9 if this is the way the players are driving.
It's building. Hype is
all
building.
All the hype.
You can slowly feel these players. The real feeling you're having of this being the grand finals. Neither team can lose this map. If England loses, they are not going to be happy having to fully restart, as Bospes does take a small bounce there, meaning it's going to be 3 versus 2, meaning that both players have to get at least 1 to 3rd place from the side of the English. Will Roy Boy is right at the front. This is where the English want to be. The Vigno has good speed as well, not in the best place to go for the turn, and he is going to be overtaken by 1, but the speed just is it there? Is he able to get 2nd place? Is he able to snipe it? As he does, and the English get another round to their name.
Another round to their name. Roy Boy carrying the English right there. I know there's a lot of Roy Boy fans out there, so I'm positive that they're pogging all the way to the bank right now. 2 more rounds necessary for the English to pick up their first tscc championship title, but I doubt that the Germans are just gonna leave this one just happening and rolling out. It's been the water, right? This time around, looking like the water is in favor of everyone. We see Giuliano in the lead, Ratchet and Laurentius in number 4 and 5, but a close pack, all the players in the mix. We'll see whether or not anyone will be able to break out. Ratchet falls a little bit behind, in fact, so 2v3 it is going to be. Numbers 2, 3, and 4, all English names are able to hold on to it, are able to get another round in their favor. Yes, indeed, they do. Giuliano might be number 1, but the round goes to England. 1 more round. Is this where it's going to happen? Is this where it's going to be? You know what? Like, I'm going to leave it to you, Zapdos, for now. I'm going to give you that hype.
Give me
any round that might happen, you take it. Take it.
Thank you. England. Are they able to do it? They only need to win one more round to get themselves to win the tscc. This round is looking okay for them. All of their players are still in contention. We do see a little bit of a mistake coming out from one of the English players, but Lorenzo's has done the same. Davino has been such a consistent player from the English side, doing so well. Same with Bozbez. These English players have worked so hard to be here. Ratchet EU able to do anything. But first and second will get them the victory. And they are going to be your winners. We finally have England win something, and I'm so proud of them. The United Kingdom, England have won the tscc. GG to both teams. Germany completely unlucky, but Davino, Bozbez, Ratchet EU, sorry, not Ratchet EU, Real Roy Boy have done so well on this map. Same with Epos, same with Idolus and Zephyr Chris. They have done so much for the UK community, and it's absolutely incredible to see them win something.
I think this is definitely one of those, like things there you're training towards, you're hoping for, you're aiming for, and at some point, I myself as well feel like, yeah, this should be, that reward for all that hard work and effort. I mean, these are all players that have been consistently coming back to pretty much every TSCC. And I mean, congratulations to England. Fantastic stuff. Just edging it out towards the end, coming down 1-0, being down 2-1, right? Having to win 2 maps in a row and delivering on it, bringing it back, having that comeback potential and being able to be a closer. ABC always be closing. And I mean, with that, like Germany, 5th time in the grand finals, and they've been second 4 times. This is the 4th time they're second place. I mean, that's gotta hurt. But at the same time, it says a lot about how tough of an opponent and how many amazing players there are on the German side, right? That they're able to field teams, different players each and every season and hit top 3 consistently. I mean, that is insane. Ratchet New, Prime, Giuliano, Lorenzius, Amaterasu, fantastic stuff, guys. You did amazing, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough. England is your TSCC Spring 2022 champions for this season. What a match to close it out on. 3-2, no bracket reset. So we're not going to have another match. But I mean, I guess England is just that decisive, right? They just don't drop.
England has really been improving so far. Now, to talk about the English community. So England hasn't always been, the biggest community in the world for Trackmania, but it has slowly been growing. Such things as British and Irish Cup has really helped the community grow. And other things as well, really, the whole Discord server has come all together. Same with Ireland as well. Just that small community of the full UK is really the reason they were able to win this. Is how strong the community is of the main top players, I have to say, from the English community.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I find that's one of the things that is great, right, about these TSCCs that we have. We've seen countries really get into their own and want to compete in this and start to become better, find more players who are interested. A good example of that this season was India. India has been playing in a TSCC a couple times at this point already, but not ending up that high this time around. They were able to get into playoffs, and their best performance so far, and that is also one of those fledgling communities that is starting to grow. I'm happy to see the Dutch team obviously get into 3rd place, their best ranking so far, and hopefully, South Africa came in. We saw Scotland as a separate team, right, which has been great. We've seen Australia come in once again. Hopefully next time we'll see perhaps Korea and maybe Singapore will be coming back as well, Indonesia. There's just so many places with so many great players who, I know enjoy the fact that TSCC is a thing, that who know that there is a tournament for them to come in and compete and, grow and have a good time. And I hope everybody who has competed in the tournament has had a good time. And thank you all as well for participating, for joining in, whether you've played in the play-ins and the qualifiers beforehand, got in the Swiss and the playoffs. For those who are watching, and hopefully you guys have had a great time. Hopefully you've been clipping and shipping them, so we can have all the low W's in chat later on. And obviously the team in the background, SRK, Berserk, Rave Out today, who've been doing a lot to make this happen. But I know Zinc, Yakosto, and I'm probably forgetting someone else right now, who have been aiding us along the way. The skins you can still pick up, right? We still got the spring skins happening 5 days. The summer skin contest is going on. We've got, I don't know, there's just so much happening.
We can't really say too much for like
you.
a community to bring really just Trackmania esports to the place it's now. Remember, this started with just SRK being like, I want a cool idea, and now it's turned into such a big community thing. Like, we do this every 3 months, I would have to say, like a big tournament, and it's only possible because of you guys for watching. So we really just want to say thank you for making this community so great. This is why we all love Trackmania.
Exactly. I mean, as you just mentioned, right, events happening. Well, you know, like we try to make them happen every season. Next season, you guys can expect a team tournament coming up. So you can team up with any and all of your Trackmania buddies and pals and join in the tournament. Register in the Discord. Once that is up, be sure to join the Discord, because then you know when to get in, because you don't want to be too late and end up on the sidelines when you really wanted to be competing. You can expect the country championships. So this tscc, right, to be happening semi-yearly. Is that the word? I think that's the word. Twice a year. So keep your eye out on that as well for whenever you have to defend your national pride next time around. We got
my
2
pride
solo
is so
events
high
coming as
right
well.
now.
I know,
Hey,
right?
My
I mean,
national pride is up there right now.
England's going to have to defend it, right? They're going to have to come in. And so far, no country has defended their title, right?
Yes,
I think that's also, so maybe that's bad news. Maybe that's bad news.
Well, I don't mind England winning something. I'm absolutely proud of them. But I'm so proud of every other team who has even come along and participated. Even if you're out first round, well played. Thank you for coming along. Now, Boney, I don't really have too much to say except for, hi, I'm Zapdos. I'm one of the casters. Absolute pleasure to have you all. If you want to see me around, either Twitter, either Discord, I have Twitch. Follow me or whatever. Otherwise, Boney, I think it's all up to you to give us maybe a goodbye.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've been saying thank you to a lot of people, but I've neglected to say thank you to my co-casters this tournament, Zapdos today. Thank you so much for being here and you know, casting this amazing finals where you had your bias, and your bias, you know, like you're able to cheer for this. You got that win. I mean, unfortunately, I didn't get mine. But thank you so much for being here with me today. Obviously, thank you to QDC as well for coming along, unable to come in today, but he's been there pretty much all the way during the Swiss and yesterday. Thank you for coming in. It's always great to cast with you guys. And hopefully you guys have enjoyed the cast as well. Please let us know if there's always stuff to improve. There's always stuff to, you know, just
improve,
do better.
To be honest.
Just better. Yeah, I just want to do better. I think that's the most important part, to make sure you guys are enjoying and entertained and know what's going on. And maybe at the same time, you know, we get some bias in. All right, we're going to be biased. Deal with it.
Just give us a message on Discord somewhere. Put it into the FastPoint Discord. Anywhere you think that it can reach us, and then any criticism will be taken on, and we try our best to make this as good as possible for you guys.
Exactly that. But I think that's going to be it for this edition of the Trackmania Seasonal Country Championships. This was the Spring 2022 edition. New season is coming up July 1st, so get ready to train those tracks, because it's going to be a team championship next time around. So get yourself trained up. Make sure you get all your buddies in. Join the Discord, follow the Twitter, and hopefully we'll see you next time. Till next time, have a good one. Bye-bye.
Let's go, England!